Hello everyone. Hello Mari. Exa Salams. Sotelos. Sub. Oh fuck. Dragon. Rish. And then YouTube chat. 14 Re. D Hutch. Roopville Patel 4848. And Fast Track. Hello. Hello Matcha Honey. Hello Amir. Adonis. Adonis Doroka. Adonis Doroka. You know, like, have you heard of this thing? It's like, the most beautiful words to say, and like Salador is supposed to be Salador is supposed to be like Salador. Adonis Doroka sounds like almost like Salador in some weird way. I don't know, it remind me of that for some reason. Dark Dabu Mark, hey everyone. There's a lot of people today, straight in. Hello, hello. Fast Track is washed. The fuck is Fast Track? Okay, right. We start with PRX. Where's Epic Pen? Work. 100% pick'em so far with my speedrun pick'ems, by the way. I'm a big Gentleman's fan, but I did think Nongshim were going to take that game. I think people are sleeping on Nongshim a little bit. So I did predict these two teams. Today I had G2. I had BBL, I think. But I think I'm BBL biased. I think BBL I have in my heart right now. I think I have BBL getting up to here. Hello everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Right, let's go straight into it. There's a lot to watch today, and we don't have loads of time.
So much on him to break through and create space, and always
gold over to Pansy and Hyde Park to cover Fury.
That seemed a little bespoke.
Let's go over to Pansy and Hyde Park to cover Furia Paper Rex.
I think he wrote that throw to us because that seemed a little bespoke there, but
Pansy Flaming Sideshow's hosting. That's pretty funny. Like usually the host writes like a specific thing to throw to the caster. Sideshow didn't bother, I think. Hello everyone.
I don't think there's a tough opponent.
They don't get much harder than this. The form.
Yeah, we're gonna find out.
So, context here, Furia picked PRX, and also like it sounded like they're gonna pick them no matter what, which is I think a huge mistake. Just to give context, if I was to rank the teams I would want to play, if I was to choose 1 to 4, PRX would be last. G2 would probably be first, then Mates, then Energy. It'd be kind of close between these two, and I wouldn't fuck with the other two. So I'm a bit surprised that I mean they had to choose between PRX and Energy, but it sounded like they're going to pick PRX no matter what. But I think that's a bit of a mistake. Furia start with a 1-3-1. Killjoy ace up. If Devi is going to be chamber, if Devi gets any sense that Killjoy is A, I think that Furia should be losing the round. Like you can see, like there's nothing peeking him. He should be able to sense something out that something's not right. We leave an insert here. Being fade is strange. It does mean the fake that comes later on will be a bit better, because why is a fade here? So a little bit of fake pressure there. And they're just ultimately just faking pressure and going to walk onto A. It's not bad. I think this pressure is slightly early from Envy. I would prefer the pressure to come in when the players are a bit further up.
We'll keep Nerve interested. And actually, it's got you curious as well.
And again, for Furia, I want to see how they kind of hit the stage here, because you kind of want to get a temperature check yourself, how it feels. This is a very different environment. They want to start feeling the game out early if they want to be really
This feels a lot more like one pistol than a
valid reasons. I mean, their journey is hard to
Jason one, but I don't really understand. So that now they bait. Now the pistol makes no sense.
the stage here,
They need to go right now,
because you kind
and then they stop.
check yourself how it feels.
So they kill the turret, they get mollied, they now stop. Which isn't bad because of the orb, but now they're in a kind of weird position. This feels like ranked now, you know? It just feels like ranked.
It's hard to not enjoy, but even with that in mind, PRX are showing a little bit of temperance here, very patient.
Very slow.
Okay, they do just re-hit. Look at Furia though. Look at Furia's rotations. This is something that was very critical of Furia when I watched their game. They only move based left and right. They never push out. They never push out. And so what that means is they're always one step. They're always mirroring or like shadowing the attack. And so if the attack does anything that they don't really understand at any point, they can't shadow them anymore and can be completely lost. So if we watch the movement of defense here, noise here, they start veering this way. Noise here, they start veering this way. Now there's a freeze and they don't know what to do, so they panic rotate back this way, presuming that PRX went this way, and all PRX did was go quiet. Furia's rotations on defense were pretty poor from what I saw before. Part of it is this composition doesn't allow you to do much in terms of like information. I think that Haven is all about trying to get, you know, whenever I see players pushing down here, I'm always like, I like this. Whenever I see mid-round players pushing at middle or here, I like it. Whenever I see deep lines on A, I like it. When I then see the push-outs, I like it. When I see a team stand behind this line the entire time, running left and right, I'm not that interested most of the time. I think that this composition baits you into playing this kind of style because you do have tools to like play very bunkered up. But in this meta where you've got double duelists running at you and diving on you, it's particularly bad in my opinion. If you can't get the read consistently to have a stack on a site, if you're playing like that, then you're fucked. This is all saying all this, Furia still win this map, don't they? But it doesn't mean that my comments are any less valid.
Someone who's team-wise a superstar through and through, and PRX who've been absolutely on the money. And Furia, an unknown quantity, obviously regionally an exceptional performance, but it's that transition.
What the fuck happened there?
Quantity, obviously regionally an exceptional performance, but it's that transition.
Wait, what?
Is what we're talking about. A little fight back from Furia. Taking away something, taking away Forsaken.
Now, all I want to see on defense is it doesn't matter what they do. 5v3, all they need to do is go stack something together, and I don't care what it is. Ideally, they don't give up A site fully. If they give up A site fully, then they're going to start getting proactive around middle.
Explain that to me. Explain that to me. What?
Explain it to paper.
Okay, so they do just go for a 5 mid push. I quite like this. When I say stacked, it could just be grouped. So what this is good at is that they can now have multiple areas that they could retake from. Unfortunately, I think they're the kind of team that's going to run back and just do a very standard retake though. Never mind. They go for a 4-man flank. This isn't very good, in my opinion. I think you still need to separate up a little bit more than this if you're going to throw someone in the flank. I think you throw like one person in the flank putting pressure, break that trip. You know the chamber's alive. You put one person here, and you put like 3 to 4 CT probably.
Now, at least we'll be aware that there's 8 players coming towards the flank, but he's well invested here to try and get towards these weapons.
It is full classic, so it is really difficult to do much. They've decided to go full classics on the part of the map that it takes the long range duel. It makes no sense. In the moment, it's hard to think of all these little details, but it's a bit of a stupid decision.
Already progress early on here for PRX.
So fast fight A from Furia.
Big ultimate to swing.
That's a bit crazy.
They're up for the fight.
To swing potentially this is first.
They're up for the fight.
I want to keep track of PRX's C smoke again. I said it before that PRX are always going to go C long to grab this orb for Phoenix, and they use this smoke to cover them. I want to see them sometimes using this smoke to actually just walk up early with 4 people and then just do a fast exit. You could like Phoenix wall this, smoke CT, and like go out to condition. Like it's obviously a conditioning smoke, right? Like I want to see them using that conditioning sometimes. They're kind of using it here, but they just get so fucked on A that it doesn't really matter.
No falling away.
The turret didn't even. Oh. I like Artson. I liked Artson's decision here to get off the site. The fact that he stayed here is kind of crap, though. Like, obviously, he was just actually left. It's very good. 5v3 playing retake C is a very strong idea.
It's going to work in through from Garage. It's very indicative, but Furia aware of the possibility playing super deep, making it hard for him to find value. Now they got to go though. If they want a chance in this one, they've got to start building.
That ult was kind of early from Jing, wasn't it? He cleared all of this. Kind of unfortunate that nobody was around.
Through from Garage is very indicative, but Furia aware of the possibility playing super deep, making it hard for him to find value. Now they got to go though. If they want a chance in this one, they've got to start building fast. Paranoia shallow. It's going to be Jing on the corner. If they want a chance in this one, they've got to start building fast. Paranoia shallow.
I wish this. If Infinite says this sees, I think they're in a very good spot. They would just seize right now, and then flash peek. A bit whiffy. It's a fucking shot.
Easy now. Don't give them a chance. Said that's going to be a banger of a game.
I mean, fair play to Furia here as well. See, almost punished here on.
I mean, realistically, I like the casting. It makes it feel like you're getting hyped into this game, but ultimately, it was just an anti-bonus. It wasn't much. PRX had scraps that round. No orb grab this round and no smoke. Maybe they're worried because they got low armor about Outlaw on C or something? I don't know. Furia are playing A site like they're playing against a Viper. This is like a Heretics kind of style. This is a little bit more aggressive. Like, I don't really understand why Adam's playing solo aggressive, which is a bit weird. In the context that we've got 3A, you know what I mean? If he's left here alone, I kind of get it. But 3A and he's solo aggressive. Like, this Omen position is usually used against Viper. Because, like, if you come up here, it's a bit dangerous sometimes. So some Omens would just stand on this box and watch sewers instead of coming up and risking the duel against the Viper wall. So I don't really love what I'm seeing here. Okay, now they actually join up a little bit. That's so nice, Familia.
Open up the account in this round. That's a brave Aldro, and they are close by. That's not what you want to be seeing. But actually a trade out. They've slowed the roll just a touch, but not for long.
Still here. He's looking to contest this.
Can't hear the game. I mean,
that's a brave attempt.
If you really like, let me know if that's okay. Is it still too, like, I don't, do you guys want the volume on the game? Do you want to be able to hear the game?
Still now, same issue as previous, I think already. Considering the same
Okay.
here, seeing Artson on a judge. Still curious.
So yeah, poor start from Furia, and then ultimately trying to hold A, pretty difficult. Kind of easy round for PRX there.
Step up and try and flash onto that. You know it's
And
easy.
FURIA go back to Killjoy A. Again, not a very good idea, in my opinion. I don't think playing a Senti on A, other than Vice, actually does much.
Get away unscathed.
Like, realistically, you need a lot of, like... I feel like on A, your goal is always to try and get a line, and if you can't, then you play, like, you retreat a little bit, and then you retreat a little bit, and then, like, you whilst you're trying to figure out what's going on the rest of the map, these util tools are, like, just better on this side of the map, in my opinion. I think starting the round bunkered on A and expecting a Killjoy to do anything is, like, kind of risky.
When they're hitting your sight like that,
Unless you've got, like, a very aggressive idea on the round where you're, like, doing something, like, extremely aggressive.
unscathed.
But even then, I would probably just be playing Sova A.
This is madness,
The
man.
stupid shots.
This is ridiculous. Did they see anything? I guess just maybe
The only time I think this is very strong is if the other team... I mean, I was going to say is if the other team literally never... If they're using Viper maybe, and they never scale up, then, like, it's okay. But I don't even think that's a good...
Ahead of the smoke drop,
I can't think of a good reason to play Killjoy A, to be honest.
The fact that EU gets
Why is YouTube stream that much behind Twitch? No idea. Doesn't... I think it's always automatically 20 seconds behind or something.
Now they can kind of try and play the rotation game, right?
look at the paranoia of
I think PRX were aware of them not having an A line, they kept ending A. I mean, when it's... If it's being played like this in VODs, then Wendler probably just said, well, just go fucking A.
Does it work? Smoke goes in towards garage. That's just a bit of a feint, keeping those players a little late.
I'm not sure about that Milde.
So they're going to note the utility. And it's now onto...
I think the only reason you could do it is if Killjoy plays info on A, B to play retake A. Why would you want to play retake A, though? Unless you have Killjoy ult. Killjoy ult is the only reason you want to play retake A. Okay, he has a judge, to be fair. He has a judge, which makes this more reasonable. But still, they've got the whole site. And Forsaken's just gone into heaven. There's a player dead here before the player playing here is dead. It's a PRX game for you. Yeah, this is a rough start for FURIA. If I was watching this game live, I'd be like, FURIA are fucked.
4-1 start here and still up.
But it all starts with an anti-eco,
Just have to try and make a
I guess.
So, an implication of a set piece. Hard to check behind it just because of the walls. You've got Envy there investing the Prowler to all of these util pieces.
The fakes have been quite poor from PRX. You look at the timing. Look at the timing. This feels like a ranked fake. Like, I get really annoyed in ranked. I think the only saving grace is there is something up, someone up here already. But like, look at like the fake is happening now. How far away are we from here? On average, we are like the map away, which is basically the same distance as fucking the defenses are away, if not longer. When you're doing a fake, you want people more ready to be able to abuse the space that's going to be left. Let's see what happens. So luckily, it seems like FURIA are just going to gift A completely. They now realize that if they walk in here now, the timing for PRX should have been that they're in here already, and so EU can't really go in, and then the whole team is here. So the fake is going to work despite the fact that it probably shouldn't. They were eco though, so probably less likely to. They probably want to just keep that stuck. And then because of earlier rounds where they've been running back and forth between the sites, I think FURIA just look a little bit lost in some of these defense rotations. Should we always have a strong site and a weak site for the retake on defense? I don't really know what you mean. You don't have to always play strong side, weak side. No, you could play like a 2-1-2 or a 1-3-1.
Of course he is.
Bit of a showman in the making. As Koala Noob gonna try and go down. Swing!
Oh, hello.
Got some more.
They're crucial buy round here.
Was that a smile from Alex? Like,
Be a crucial buy round here.
smile.
Coming into this, yeah,
It's Mike, a read the map on an app.
self into us. Nerve, so maybe a chance.
Why does that look so funny?
Nerve, so maybe a chance.
Speaking of those tools, there's the
It's
first.
immediately mitigated.
Yeah, they are so well prepared here, Paper X. There's your answer.
What? This combo of ults makes no sense to me. Surely we want to use, like, we're using the Euro ult to clear the site. But it feels weird that they were using the Phoenix ult. We're using two different ults to clear space when we already have the space cleared.
Yeah,
That makes sense. Like, we could easily design an ult where the Euro clears everything for us. And then we use the space it makes.
they are so well
But then
prepared,
Phoenix ult
Paper
and
X.
Euro ult probably just don't
There's
combine
your
very
answer.
well.
Furia. Is there depth? Nerf's gonna at least send Jing back. That's quite nice. They've dealt with that in a very
It's like
quick
two
way.
ults now
Almost
kind of
protect-
just wasted there.
I was going to say, they're not going to get there quick enough. Smokes will go up.
And then the A rotate feels a bit too easy.
Commit to an engagement behind this. There's no way they're
Fade
gonna
ult now. Fade ult should win this though.
towards C. I mean, they might not care anyway.
Again, the ult
TP to here, TP heaven.
usage is good. We've got a little bit of a nice. Oh no, Forsaken. The ult usage is good. We've got a little bit of a nice.
So EU gets the kill here, and then he's not stupid. Oh, he's not even blinded, is he? Oh, Ilya gets that though. With it. Okay, I didn't like the ults from Paper X. They didn't really make sense to me. Like both the Euro ult and the Phoenix ult are entry tools that can clear the space for your second entry. And the Euro ult wasn't really done using, like, was kind of meaningless, and then the Phoenix ult was kind of used kind of meaninglessly too. There wasn't much synergy between the two. 5 ults used. Oh yeah, shit. Yeah, yeah. This is something that when I joined Paper X, like, one of the things that I said that they weren't very good at was like the like, I called them win condition rounds, like ecos, anti-ecos, and ults and shit like that. Well, actually, their ecos are very strong, to be fair. Their ecos are good. But everything else is, like, could be better. It's because they play so unsystematically that it's like they need to add that system-y thing to, like, their ult rounds, I think. 5 ults. That was the turning point, really. I think if I was doing a death segment, I would maybe, and I want to be critical of Paper X, I would highlight this round and talk about how they got 5 ults and can't convert. And there's still like issues in Paper X's inefficiencies.
Oh no, Forsaken! Got out them. Gotta keep going. Good amount of ults starting to build for Furia as well. That took a big investment from Paper X. They had full hand. So to whether that
Slash focus around, I'm pretty sure someone else did.
storm from Furia is wild contextually.
I mean, that's probably a good thing then. Hello, cutting crew. Finally, now we see an A line from Furia. It's only when they get the op-ed though. So we get the A line. That just means that the rotations to C are now very easy and obvious. Even if they stop making noise, we now know where they are the entire game map. Until they push this line off, we know where Paper X are. This is the kind of thing that, like, even in 2026, I don't think we're even close to skill ceiling Valorant. Like, the fact that this would exist right now, I think it's kind of implied that like this is a mistake from PRX to some degree. You can't always like push every single line off and be condition everything, but like I don't think that in 5 years' time this would be kind of. I think the average viewer would be like, oh, they got the A line. They've lost the round. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it is like 5 years' time. I think we might be a bit more casual about this.
Secures backside for a second, but that's not going to stay for long as Koala wants in, takes away the man with the spike, goes back in, still hungry for more. That's 3 kills. Something's trying to be on the back lines, but it's Divide to take away Koala. Where's the rest of you?
How did he actually win this round?
Okay, Forsaken's on the site.
It's because once again, there's been a lot of like talk about this Viper wall. You can't like, if you're gonna hold backside C, you need a lot of players, and what they decide to do is both stand on the same position, and I don't know why EU's not helping. There's a line bot here. Why is he watching Garage? Bruh. EU's making a mistake here. One of these players should be here, one of these players should be here, and the EU can be supporting from back here. I don't really understand why they're not doing that. They see the smoke there. They've seen a clone. They've hear noise. I don't see why EU would want to go Garage here. It is a lack of set strat ideas. One of the things that when I worked at PRX was I basically said that every player was kind of responsible for their own ults, and they all need to come up with ideas individually. And for Lotus, I think that worked quite well, at least. I remember on Lotus it worked. I don't remember if on other maps they really did it. PRX could smoke TP past the alarm bot? No, for sure they could. But then if he stands here, he can still watch for that and then still support it. He doesn't need to go into the garage. It's very nice for Koala. It is one shot, yeah. I wonder what that looks like from EU's perspective.
Back-to-back rounds on EU. Dragging FURIA.
Oh, Koala Noob, gotta say it.
Oh yeah, no,
man,
sure.
On that site.
Beautiful hold from him. To clean up here. Again, Divide is still gonna go high for
I think that like I don't really want to engage with this topic too much because I think that people are mostly stupid. But from what I hear on the casting so far, it's mostly about everyone knows this team. They've played already at this tournament multiple times, and they've been around so long that what can we possibly say in the cast about this team anymore that's like that no one knows? Like, this is the first time FURIA here. They should probably get more time in the cast for their first game. Like, in the rounds, like, people have this team as like the dark horse, even though they're first seed, as the underdog. So like, if they're winning rounds, I would make a much bigger deal out of that than if PRX are winning rounds. I think I have not listened to more, like I've not listened to much, but I think people completely misunderstand the expectation setting and the way that you kind of deliver that as a broadcast person. And I think that Pansy is one of the most like understanding of that dynamic that like you could possibly get. And so I don't know, maybe I'm chatting absolute shit and she would even say that like I'm completely wrong with what I'm saying, and that's not the intention at all. But it feels like if I was like, you know, doing it, I would probably focus my energy slightly more on FURIA. They went 5-0, didn't they go like 5-0 down? Which is, oh yeah, PRX just doing PRX things. Like, that's the narrative there. oh shit, this team's heating up. Like, this team that no one thinks is gonna win. Like, of course we're gonna start to like make it feel like a, you know. The casters are biased towards PRX the whole game. Okay. I don't know, but so far I feel like there's a Furia, but like there's more emphasis on Furia in all the correct ways. Bro, coaching casting now. I'm not coaching casting. I did some casting last year with Pansy, and I'm very curious about it and interested in the ways that the community perceives it because I'm now a broadcast talent and I have to think about the ways people view the way we do broadcast. I'm trying to coach anyway. I'm not trying to coach fucking High Pocket Pansy and casting and I'm fucking lost. They don't need fucking my advice. I'm just interested in the way the community perceives the way that we do things, you know?
Key kills. So they've got down to a 3v3. They are... PRX aren't safe yet. You can see Jing wants more. He wants to kind of maybe posture up a bit deeper. There's the lockdown. Anything in mind?
It's like I'd imagine in this game you're kind of narratively setting up this team as like the heavy favorites, and you're going to be talking about them like they're fucking God's gift because they should be like one of the favorites to win the tournament. This team's the dark horse, and if they start winning some rounds, you're going to be like creating this like really interesting like, you know, oh my god, like David's winning some rounds.
Someone must. No. But this is a stage game. This is a stage game. Jing. They check. They turn around and they check. Furia. Heads up work in the end. Maybe with the help of a sixth man, but a 2v2 is not done yet. And there's Nerve again. This man is absolutely key, but something is so good. And Artsin down low. It's perfect.
What actually happened at the end of this round then? So we got the Killjoy ace up again. In this context, it makes sense because we have Killjoy ult. Killjoy ult's very strong in this situation. PRX have nothing to break it, so it's a good idea. It goes down to a 3v3 because the two people. Okay, so PRX are very cognizant of this Killjoy ult, right? So they know that the Killjoy ult is going to come down, and they can't win the round if they all play back here, most likely. So they're using these two players to try and create some pressure to kill people or try and destroy this Killjoy ult when it comes down. My recommendation in dealing with this Killjoy ult, even in ranked games, is to plant here. Because when you run back from here, you can see it from short. And then you can obviously hide here. And then you'll be able to see the plant here. And then even if we do have people coming this way, then it's like a pretty okay plant to like come from this way. So I think this plant is like pretty crucial in this idea. But a nice heads up play from PRX to realize that they probably need to do something middle to disrupt the Killjoy ult. They don't actually disrupt it though. They actually kind of fuck it up a little bit. Defy kind of gets unlucky. So I think Envy should be planting a bit more open here. It's hilarious that Jing's playing here. I like this from Ilya. The TP used as an accelerated tool to get back into the ult. Like, watch, as soon as the ult comes down, he's going to TP. He's already in a pretty decent spot. Oh, we do actually see the good plant that I suggested. Oh, they did check him. The fans... You can't make plays like that in Santiago. The fans aren't going to help you out, unfortunately. You could make that play in Japan. You can't make that play in Santiago. The Japanese fans aren't going to give that away for you. That's why I love them. Did PRX underestimate Furia? Nope. Where they overthink. You can lose a map, Chicha. You're allowed to lose a map. I haven't seen the reasons why they lost this map yet, but you're allowed to lose a map.
Die by the same sword, PRX. They've loved this environment. It's how it goes. For now, PRX are still
So far, the biggest reason for them losing is they used 5 ults on a round and didn't convert it, and then had no ults to work with for the rest of the half. Or gonna have like maybe what they're gonna maybe sneak in one more cycle. Like using 5 ults in a round and losing it is snowballed this completely. On the flip side, you see Furia use 1 ult here, retake, win. Viper ult now for short. Like this is looking like a decent round for them.
Again, try and work this out.
Make that late round pivot towards a little more difficult, broken by here.
Full retake C. And then Ilya gets caught. So you see the smoke here, and then the off angle by Koala Noob. Something doesn't expect the off angle at all there. I think Koala Noob was there.
Something more difficult, broken by here from Furia. So gonna respect this for Koala Noob. Found something.
This team, there is something about Furia.
There was I watched a little bit of the game yesterday, and Shadow says they said the reason they lost was because they were playing too individually. I remember Anders making the point a few times that it felt like PRX were just basically giving away several advantages. So far in this game, I don't think it's been too egregious. I think that like shit like this is just gonna happen. I think the biggest reason so far is that 5 ult round.
Waiting, almost making it open now. He does have a vandal. While Noob the Phantom, paranoia. We have started to take him. I think we can move on.
Chance here to maybe get something going from Garage, but the stun will come through. Paranoia to follow here. Jing has to find one.
Arm's gone down, no trade here. Jing gonna try and play this forward. PRX dig in the heels. Trade here, Jing.
That isn't a bad ult, I don't think.
Gonna try and play this.
That ult isn't bad. It's not great, and it's like I think I would ult there. He's 20 HP. There's a very good chance that in this half a second that people aren't going to flood in on time. And if he gets this ult off, he's going to heal. Like, it's just a bit unlucky. It's like, there's not, I wouldn't, if I was coaching, I wouldn't say anything to Jing about that round.
Seems like the most direct we've seen PRX really, who've been quite tricky. As Odsin gonna be negated in this round, forced away quickly. Pace is there. PRX is
Playing, okay, are they the first team to playing Viper to ever play retake with this fool?
And that is why it's so dangerous.
They still get, still 5v4. It's shit like that probably ends up losing them the game. Like, what is that?
I didn't realize he was going to commit to that. The C's fantastic, but a little too late. The paranoia primed, and they swing on it. EU again! Every time it feels like PRX are on for something, he's taking it away.
It's just stupid.
The aggression from PRX and Forsaken getting hung.
Yeah, just a bit of stupidity. I think PRX just throwing a little bit, to be honest with you.
At that pressure point. Now PRX though, again, still the team to beat so far, the team that has turned everyone's eyes towards them in the form they've been hitting. Now though,
In which other team do you think my team would fit the best?
Furia as PRX powerful
Don't know.
towards this B side.
We're going to follow through on this though. The smoke will go up. Hunter's Fury will come out. I believe it's tag on the first.
He's just a good player. I don't think there's a good answer to that question. He's not like stylistically. I don't think he's like anything like. He's not super unique in his playstyle. I don't think. So I don't think that it's something that. It's not like Danby where like he's got a very distinct style, and like if you put Danby in Fnatic at this very second, Fnatic have no idea how to use him. But like, I think that given like a little bit of time, that would be fine. You know what I mean? I don't think Martin has particularly unique. Like he's just a good player. Like I don't think it's you know. The better the team, the better Martin's gonna be in it, kind of thing, you know. I could be wrong. It's not like I've sat there watching Martin POV VODs or anything.
You Mike, bang so far piece. It's so no
is where it's the most concerning. Furia, just Haven map 1 is where it's the most concerning.
One question, why PRX didn't go mid in their whole attack apart from one round? I think that mid, like, as long as you know that the defense isn't mid, like, if you mean going up mid, it's because it's kind of shit. And it's like the most overrated thing to do on the map right now is to do pressure on B. It's not very good. The reasons why PRX lost what went 6-6 had nothing to do with them not going up here and testing B. B is kind of a shit show. And it's one of the reasons why most teams are, why Haven looks pretty shit right now. And I think it's, the meta's like in a place where, like, if you had a really, really good Haven team, you would win every game, I think.
Furia just gritting their teeth here in the first half.
What did you ask them to do when they fixed this map the first time? I wasn't involved in helping them with their Haven at the start. When they started winning on Haven with the Waylay and Euro, I wasn't involved as well. I wasn't helping them for that stuff. And then I realized when I started working with them at Champs, I'd watch those Waylay Euro games, and I didn't think they were very good at Haven. And so I was a little bit worried about Haven. And so me and Wendler tried to give some stuff on Haven, and ultimately they just didn't really vibe with it. And I can't remember what we ended up doing. I think we ended up role swapping Jing. I don't know.
It's coming potentially elsewhere.
What's Waga?
You can't.
They want more. Furia just gritting their teeth here in the first half. An equal affair. Certainly a positive. Anticipating a little bit of aggression here. It's coming potentially elsewhere. This stack towards Garage.
You can't whistle at defaults. You can't.
They want more. They want more.
Bloodthirsty crowd, aren't they? You bring down out for a second and they're absolutely feral.
Rabid.
But it's a very different look from Furia, right? We're seeing a much different tempo scale here. And PRX will probably be scratching their heads to an extent. They can leave at least, who is it? Forsaken tucked in towards Sewer. They can then start rotating players around there. That double stack towards Garage. I think it's heading on towards C.
There's no onus here on either players in Garage to really.
Like, PRX didn't use this time to do anything, really. They did get a line here, but then they're like, it's not like it helped the rotations much.
Anything about this?
I do like that they're clearing out. They're doing something now. And then they are going to go... This is quite nice. Just leaving that one player, so they get the heavy stack and the one player putting pressure on with his very long-range gun. Which makes sense. The Phoenix wall is too early. But it did bait out the orb, which is good. So, technically a very nice Phoenix wall. Nice little one-way smoke as well to isolate out the site retake. It's really nice. It almost works like the Viper wall. This one-way orb, this one-way smoke. It's quite nice. See, Chamber just put pressure flank and he's just running away. He doesn't want to deal with it. It's a really nice round from PRX. Their retake protocols are some of the best in the world, which is funny to say. I want to be this happy about anything. Forsaken Phoenix Wall was for Forsaken to TP up. I don't think it was for that. I think that Forsaken just saw an orb and just TP'd up. Why are people complaining about the meta now? I'm not the only thing that rage baits me about what your comment is that they said that the game feels better with less util spam. I don't think that champs was util spam. I don't believe that like I think if we just did the ult nerf and we did some of the Senti nerfs and kept initiators relatively the same, I wouldn't say that we would be in a util spam still. Like I'm kind of annoyed by the initiator nerf still.
Two members. While they're looking to find something.
Tangibly speaking, it just puts the game like the game could still be very aggro focused. It's just that like now it's just a lot more gambly. And ultimately the progression of this meta should be that now teams are realizing that holding sites is kind of crap against this kind of composition, against the kind of like heavy duelist compositions. Smarter teams will start to play for retake a little bit more flood in. And that will become very boring. I think Sideshow noted that quite well on a podcast where it's like the meta should be encouraging teams to like not fight basically in some way.
Burn? Huh?
I don't know how that's just happened. Maybe the C's at the same time, I'm not too sure. But for now, Forsaken trying to hunt down Alum, and he's done it. Threading the needle and finding some safety, but taking a tag on the back. There's a lot of heavy shields here, hence why they're still standing. 18 HP for Forsaken, he's just let off the
Salvage is a strong show, but the teams that aren't adapted to it seems to be the ones complaining. I think Frost's read on meta was kind of interesting. Like, it was kind of designed to stop the double duelist to some degree. So it's not like Frost, like, I think comments about Frost are probably unwarranted. I think Fnatic definitely missed the mark a little bit, though. Leaning into KO so much was a mistake, in my opinion. And then Cloud9, if you're playing Breach, then I think that that's not very strong at all. But it's not really, I wouldn't really focus too much on the people complaining like that. I mean, Wendler still thinks it's silly meta, and he's coaching the team that's the best in the world for this meta. I mean, he has to use ult to heal. Huh?
Oh, this is so sick. What a head-to-head here. Second time of asking.
That's so funny.
Waiting for it. Sorted now. Up to 100. Artsin has to gamble. Take a chance! Sorted now. Up to 100. Artsin has to gamble. Take a chance. And he takes his head!
Catch it. Yes. Jing. Oh, the C's.
That's beautiful.
Yes, he gets pulled back in there, but yeah, a massive overstep.
So when we talk about micro, this is probably like one of the instances. Like, this is micro. This exact. Like, look, the C's is so good and the mod is so good that he tries to get out and it like he can't. It's like perfect, like on the edge, you know. I think it's a little bit lucky. They didn't look like they were like properly lined up to me, but could be wrong.
Don't want to let that spiral out of control, and it does exactly that.
It's rare to see PRX kind of at the moment.
Oof.
God damn! All right, Devi, I'll shut the hell up. I'll shut the hell up.
This was not the. That is not the game losing play. This is a mistake by Jing. You cannot tell me that this round was more impactful on this half than using 5 ults and not converting. This isn't. This is just. This is like the Hollywood interpretation of this game. The 5 ults version is like the, you know, the slightly more avant-garde, even though it's like kind of obvious and not even that experimental.
I'll shut the hell up. I'll shut the hell up.
Didn't take any damage,
That's on
by
me.
the way.
That's on me. Do it again, please. Oh, I thought he was on for another. Okay, EU, gotta be careful though. That is, you're very alone here. Yeah, feeling it right. That is such a
I don't think
great
there's something
concept
Judge
of
Throw was more
Furia's
impactful to the
real
loss.
fun
It was more
and
impactful than the
Phoenix
Phoenix Hot probably.
heads up work. They're starting to get a bit of a feel of the heartbeat
It's
of
more
the
Furia
Esports now.
example with the half because of it.
Pulse point
I mean, losing 5 ults is an anti-snowball bigger than
very
winning
impressive work.
one round.
Very clean anti-eco.
Yeah, this one like see why. It's how it goes. One of those you get them quick and pacey. They've got a plan in mind, and that is good. Man, who cares? You'll take him when you get him quick. And look,
Why is Innovies look so sluggish here?
who cares?
He gets tagged. Oh, he gets tagged. Someone tagged him with a bullet, and then he slowed, and then this ult sits in. That's so unlucky.
They've got a plan in mind, and that is going to be a very dead Envy. Can't quite find Forsaken though. The X Factor.
I tried.
Bloody hell, is this really happening?
Ooh.
Bloody hell, he's
No.
come right back out.
Oh wait, yeah, Ilya wins this.
One cold performer so far though, but always a threat. Always a danger.
The Euro clone is crazy.
One cold performer so far though, but always a threat. Always a
You fucked up massively, man. I mean, Artsim was very, very passive here.
But always a threat. Always a danger! Something better than the rest!
He's broken! It's another Red Bull clutch from something. The second of this map. That was wild.
It also helped the Jing just went nuclear on sight, just popping off, but man, ooh, you take those.
I mean, the timing here, the swing from Artsin's perfect as well. Almost reads the situation.
I think the problem in these clutches is that it's becoming more and more common that this kind of swing isn't actually good. Like, players in this situation are going to take account of, like, it's the most obvious place to get a swing from immediately. So sometimes it looks stupid, but I wouldn't hate if he just baited like a second or two longer and then swung. But you don't really expect. It's kind of difficult because you don't really expect someone to hit a shot like that. There's so many instances where like a player in 2v1s, a player will peek immediately after the first player dies, and it's always gonna be a very good player will always swing their aim immediately to where they think you're gonna swing from.
To the Hunter's Fury, greatly coming out of this already. Old progress for PRX. Something Forsaken and Jing. Now pivotal that is to some of these.
I didn't say it's not the best spot when holding main and short. I didn't comment on the position itself. I commented on the swing. The instant swing timing. It's debatable though. It's just something you need to consider as a pro player. Is like in a 2v1, if your player dies at a different position, you swing immediately after. You're going to be pre-fired or pre-aimed at. Like they're going to be swinging their mouse at you.
No shield, no problem. Apparently, that's Koala who got it. Just yeah, no, it's not the prettiest.
Yeah,
it's not the prettiest. That's 4 up, but look at the HP. On down on 30, Nerve on 15. Still
see if Furia any better at ending B. 4v3. So PRX usually pretty good at like putting pressure here and here on their B retakes, but it is a 3v4. And then their pressure, they can pressure Envy because there's nobody with them, so it's GG.
Forsaken with the judge gonna make it harder as Arlen hunting down that follow-up, even he's starting to feel out the game.
He's down to 30 HP so early on in this, and then
for PRX, this could be 10. This could be
should you swing off the drop from heaven instead there? I'm not saying what you should or shouldn't do. I'm saying that what he did was probably fine. It's just that you got to be really cognizant of it as a pro player to know that they're going to be instantly swinging on you with their aim. I don't know what the correct decision is there. I'm basically pondering it as a very, you know, as a coach who kind of knows what they're talking about. Like, I'm pondering it. Like, I don't know. 2v1s, like, I'd have to think about having a rule about it. Like, how you play those out if your first person dies. I don't know.
you're looking at Koalanu's space here. He's done
If you don't swing immediately, then they can then catch a different timing. If you swing immediately, they're probably going to have that aim on you.
Drawn first blood. We'll get a second rifle in hand.
Nice big.
Do you think 6 is better than 7 or 7 better than 6?
I mean, they've got a ton of, they've got a ton to invest.
6 is a cooler number because it's divisible by more things. But 7 is a bigger number, and it's a lucky number for many people.
Draw out the lockdown, but if anything, it's only going to buy them some time, secure this plant. Not taking much space here on the side of Furia.
The number 12 is actually the real number. Is it 12? Divisible by 2, 3, and 4. And 6. Not 7 though. 12 is kind of good.
Now they're hurting. They're trying to pivot straight back in through garage, but again, the wall is in place here. Furia are not letting them find an easy way through, and that wall was Koala Noob. Suddenly, an availability.
What's happened this round?
And look at the positioning above it too. Koala Noob is the one waiting. Something doesn't see it either. Higher! Sent back
Higher.
a bit. There's Furia doing really well here. Something's found a pocket to play from, but I don't know how
7 is a prime number. Yeah, prime numbers are pathetic. Prime numbers are literally incels. I didn't say I didn't say that CS has more interesting micro decisions. That wasn't really what I meant. CS is a game where individual decision making in a lot of micro decisions has more impact than Valorant. The game is like, you know.
But you absolutely have to in that situation.
There's no easy round against
Like I said, another rifle cycles into the hands of Jing.
Like, you can't do the same util set every round. Like, you have to, like, think about the ways in which you're going to take map control, not map control, you know. And then most of the time, it's just about timing your util and peaks and stuff. It's not necessarily macro in the same way.
Beautiful stuff here for Furia to find 10. I mean, look at the investment on the side of PRX as well.
Why do you hate the Benz? The Benz is a fine album. It's just, if you think the Benz is the best Radiohead album, then you might as well not listen to Radiohead. You might as well just listen to any generic, you know, Britpop band or British rock band. The Benz is good. It's just not acceptable to have it as your best Radiohead album. I like, honestly, Kid A and In Rainbows. In Rainbows probably my favorite. OK Computer is very good, but I didn't like Radiohead growing up, so it's not like I have like a strong connection to Radiohead from that like I just listened to it a lot later on. But yeah, In Rainbows would be my favorite.
This is a two-man endeavor.
Yeah, see, Omanox usually shit, but the fact that the Neon comes in to help. I mean, this is a very common strat though, so I'm surprised it works this well.
This is on 8 HP. He's had to give up front sight. They're already here. Oh my god, Divine. There was no one near you, man. You hoped that they hadn't taken that space. That is a terrible surprise. And now PRX looking out of sorts. They are looking out of the form that they've been setting in. Envy does well. But it's still a 2v3. There is something in the matter. Join side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Oh, and shouldering the
This angle is interesting.
flash in, Prowler to follow. Off the angle.
I think I might try this angle in ranked.
1v2 needed. It's not happening.
Some of these early now the
Swing as you
on the same. No ults here for
What has actually happened this half? I feel like it has been a bit of a snowball, right, with the ults. There has been an ult snowball for sure. But that's, again, another thing where it's like, just because there was a snowball of ults, like, I think this round was played poorly by PRX. This round was played poorly by PRX. Like, there were ways to beat these ults for sure. And on the flip side, if you think about it, if you look at Furia's ult usage compared to PRX's ult usage this game, the Furia ult usage has been a lot better. So I don't really care that they snowballed, because they deserve to get to snowball, if that makes sense.
Full of tools to invest here. Furia on the brink of
It's not my fault
potential
PaperX played it poorly.
upset on PaperX's pick here in map 1.
An iconic map for PaperX too, in my mind. Recently, kind of the pinnacle of their
I don't think PaperX lost themselves.
an early shot, an early information.
I think that's very... If I was coaching PaperX and I said that, I'd be...
Furia
I don't think I
conscious
could say
of,
that.
a little bit of aggression here coming out of the timeout, so we'll
Hello,
allow the
Sapphire.
dust to settle. Some
1
confirmation
second.
here, but no solid idea of numbers just yet. Forsaken will take contact with the turret.
Man, it's so cool. Like,
Divide.
when I streamed at the start of last year,
Scoping work from Quality,
I would only get like 100 viewers.
who's been forced off now.
Now we're like on like concur, like between YouTube and Twitch is like 1.1k or something.
Again,
It's
in
kind of
terms
cool.
Info, you'll take that.
So where's the pivot now from Furia? Deciding to abscond away from that A approach, look towards B. Smoke just going to go up now. That A approach.
I know PaperX games always get me about 20 to 30% more viewership though.
Owen's been great at just kind of working into this. He knows
B again, we're leaving B open all the time. I don't hate leaving B open, and I think they're gonna lose again because they don't have money. But like, I hope to see later in the tournament that PaperX don't lose to teams just going B, because it is kind of. I still think it's shit.
That's now in, and they reset. 5v5 retake on the cards for PaperX. For
They
Sacred
do have
to
tap on
start.
spike
Let's
very
get it
quick.
started. I don't know. Retake on the cards for PaperX for Sacred
He
to
doesn't
start.
realize that the smoke fades. Like, I think he shot through the smoke,
Started. I don't know what he's planning. There was
but then Pansy thinks it looks stupid because the smoke's disappeared. But it was actually very smart to try and tap spike that early.
gifted a great start in this.
Now we'll have a chance to just sit back and spam onto this. Numbers advantage and the weaponry causing further issues now. No pressure coming across towards Fury. I'm going to nail him on that angle. Something's found Koala though with a headshot.
Okay. Anything else to rattle that back line?
We found out maybe plat chat parents after the axe segment.
And that he can put it on a show, he can land a shot or two, this man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite happy that, like, I've been quite hard on myself in terms of, like, trying to make sure that I can... I kind of trying to push myself to do more content-y things, and I haven't done all the things that I think I should be doing. But ultimately, I did go on plat chat anytime I was asked. I have been streaming quite a lot. I have been trying to put myself out there a little bit more. So I do think that I've been quite successful. I still have a lot of stuff to do, and there's still a lot of plans in the works, and a lot of areas in which I can get better. But so Ilio pushing C, and then we get a deep A line. If you compare and contrast PaperX to Furia's defense, like right now, like a nice deep line, I think in general this is like nicer to watch. Obviously, this composition needs to do that because they don't have passive info tools or bunker tools like Furia's, but I still think you should be going for stuff, no matter what comp you are.
He did, you saw that temptation, that one for it. That bloodthirsty approach. He's got a new angle to play from, but there's a problem on the side. Imbi's got his side. He can
Maybe not on both sides of the map, but at least like one thing on the map. I think if you ever play a defense round and you go for nothing on the map, it must be intentional and not just because you just don't know what to do, or it's just your default to play really passive.
Good luck. This would truly be something of legend.
I can't think of any maps what it's good, what a good default would be to play passive on any map really. Like, I have to say, sure you coached America's team next.
Divide 21 and 15.
He's having a game.
Desperately trying to keep PaperX in this.
He always, in my mind, has been one of those.
You'll have to see, because I'm still like in the process of data to figure out like how impactful the language barrier stuff is. Like, I'm gonna have to figure out that out at the end of the year, like how I feel about coaching or helping a team that doesn't speak my language. There's obviously some limitations.
He's on the hunt. How are you alive? Overrun and overwhelmed. Forsaken to
At the start of next year, I wouldn't presume that any America's team would want my help immediately. I'm usually kind of called up. The phone usually rings after kickoff, is what I've learned. This round is crazy. It's a good decision from Artsin to use his ult here.
It looks like they are. They've got. This is 4 seconds. You gotta make it count now. Forsaken.
He gets both those kills. That's crazy.
And now Nerves on the hunt. Has to get it done in time. Does he get it? Does he get this? Something backpedals away.
Oh my god.
The problem is that with this crowd, you can't go for a flank, really.
Has to keep it. Something is waiting on that CT side.
How big of a concern is PRX's defense? I don't think there was too much to be concerned about.
And has been one of those big game players. When
I'm trying to think, like, what did they do this round? I'm a bit concerned that they didn't go for, like, Phoenix ult here, you know? Like, there's just little things, like, go for Phoenix ult, just put Divine on the line, and, like, it's little shit like... And then you know they're one away from Killjoy ult, so... I don't know. Just feels like little things. The only thing is that they're worried about maybe going for this because of the Sova ult, but like you don't have to fully commit this out of the round for it. Yeah, you just But I don't think it matters. If you've got a chamber ult here and you're doing that shit, I'm taking that duel with a chamber ult.
Something is waiting on that CT side. Utility down, a tap on the spike. Utility down, a tap on the spike. And what a world we live in, where David picked Goliath and goddamn won it.
Absolutely mental, Lauren.
I mean, honestly, I don't really see what the fans are complaining about the casting at all. So far, anyway. Hey, Panda gets on the thing. Panda and Wendler get in the... Do you think Viper is a good choice on Abyss if you play it with Owen, Waylay, Sova, KO, or Euro? Huh? Yoru, Sova, Waylay, Omen, Viper is pretty good, yeah. I wouldn't go Waylay, Sova, Viper, KO, Omen. In this very second, Shaw must feel like a god, you know what I mean? We pick these noobs. We're winning map 1. Must feel like god. Also, Hellman's mayonnaise. Brazilians like the what's that's a hell of a sponsor.
First of all, everything have some weakness, but the good point is we prepare a good draft. I think we predicted this entire draft and hops, and we studied a lot the system, how they play, how they use ultis, and I think this makes some difference today.
Well, can you just give us a little bit of a secret? Let us in. What was their weakness?
The weakness is difficult to say, but they use some ultimates in a predicted way.
Okay, so
They use some ultimates in a predictable way. I mean, I thought they just used their ults horribly. I think he's being kind of nice about it, maybe, or trying to make it look like they did more prep. Do you know what I mean? But like, the ults are horrible. FNS got so upset by that comment. If Effortless got actually annoyed by that comment, then that's silly, because PRX's ult usage was horrible.
Dude, EU
To come executing on the start, fighting and shut.
tournament, a map up, it was men point and comeback after attacks on fruition, but it wasn't the case. Playing a retake.
Was it sarcastic? Oh.
For the continued ups, this
Phenomenal back.
Wait, one sec. Did they actually talk about this round?
remember their game plan and disrupt this PRX team at the game they're so good at.
Quality was really phenomenal in this series. I think specifically in that first half, he was the guy keeping the minute and then bringing them back, and EU takes them over the top later. I think in that second half, but you have to give massive credit here to Koala, who, like we were talking about, has just been grinding for this opportunity for years and is making the most of it. He did not waver at any moment, make great repositions like that one tucked in the corner, playing off teammates. This ridiculous moment gets forsaken. Great round, by the way, where they were just sequencing out results to delay. Like the play from Furia just got better and better as the map went on.
And it's so cool to see him do that on the Omen. I thought that this was going to be Koala's worst map in the series, where he's playing the Omen against a comp that is so good, shutting down absolute best.
With the if thing even I want to ask you a little bit. What do you think the read is there?
I think it was specifically around that composition and how PRX, a lot of their attack side is based off chaining their duelist ult and having rounds built off that. And I think Fury had great prep.
Well, let's see what Coach Alex has to say ahead of map 2 and see how they'll adjust.
They kind of talked about the ults in terms of what Shaw said, but I think that I'm not gonna lie, I think it would have been beautifully set up if like they did highlight that round that I pointed out, because Shaw already pointed out it was ults was something they looked at, and then that would have been set up fucking beautifully. It's easy for me to sit here and just like do that. It's a lot easier to prepare for the desk when you're sat here at home in your fucking pajamas doing nothing, and during the actual day it's a lot harder to like notice all the details. But I think I almost practice the desk stuff when I'm watching VODs now, because I'm like trying to figure out, I'm always trying to make sure that I can, it's almost like a game, like when you're on an analysis desk, you're trying to figure, it's like a game, you're trying to you're watching the game, trying to figure out like, what's the kind of what is the story of this map, and what's still going to be the most interesting thing to talk about, right? And like, it's kind of like a mini game, and it's quite fun. I think I won the mini game quite well with that one though. I think I scored quite highly. But again, it's a lot easier to do it at home when you're not got 100 different other things to do. Why are we VOD reviewing casters? Because I'm not VOD reviewing casters. I literally do the analyst desk in EMEA, so I'm always trying to get better at it, right? I'm trying to figure out, you know, I'm very like, my main job now is to do that as for a living. So like, I want to get really good at it.
So good information to spur things on towards B here. Forsaken, as you notice, 50 HP. Has to respect this, rescind away a little bit. Wait out some reinforcements. Ooh, nearly catching on a gap there. Has to respect this.
I think highlighting Koala Noob was good though, and contrasting with Forsaken was good.
Looking like they are after the title of the team to beat.
I think Mimi's comments made a lot of sense. The fact that he's able to do that on Omen, considering it's not supposed to be a win condition for a third team. That's crazy. Like a full A main kind of idea. It's very easy for now Furia to go B. They're being a bit slow about it though. I'd like to see PRX, yeah, maintain this position, and then on this retake they need to use this. At minimum, go here. I want to see them do this though. And that's what we see. PRX's retake protocols are fucking phenomenal. It's like, to me, it's like basic shit, but like compared to everyone else, it's phenomenal. Their retake protocols are just better than everyone else's. It's funny. Most of the time, it's just, did they push and get like some kind of flank off? And if the answer is yes, it's usually a good protocol. Love to see cast in international final. I would hold that. Cast, like, people use the word cast interchangeably with desk. I wouldn't be good at casting a finals at all right now. I'd be fucking horrendous. But if I was on the desk for an international final, I think I'd be alright. Finals are mostly about hype. And that's how it should be, honestly.
Now, round 2 flip. All this in my head.
I don't think
I mean, if I was again desk, I've already completed the mini game with the desk this time. The interesting thing, it might not be the story of the match, but talking about Paper X's retake protocols would be already. I would already requested this round to do with Illustrator on. I think.
Even here, Furia effectively scenario. Complementary positions, but it's the key people to fall at the wrong time. Effectively. The credit to Paper X in that scenario. I was wondering what that was, but
Let's go to our green room.
okay.
That's kind of funny.
Okay.
Now, round 2 flip.
What do I think about KO on Haven? It's not very good. KO in general isn't very good, but KO on Haven is particularly bad.
I don't think it's gonna happen now. Ain't no way. Look at the fight. It's all good.
There are some interesting things you can do, but generally speaking, it's quite trash. The defense is almost impossible, I think.
Did they get that? Yeah, Koala's got it.
I'm still okay. You're not gonna overextend it.
Yeah, look at the HP.
They'll be alright. They'll get a bit sloppy though, then there is a small chance. Jing, gonna mop this up. No. Michael, why is it 3? Why is it shut up? Why is it 3v3? And Invi, you're not gonna go and do the same thing, right? They're trying to hunt him down. They see the vulnerability. Invi might be screwed here. And luckily, he keeps good. Wasn't there? Yeah.
Something.
Nice little crisp between the two of them. And look at that firing sword waiting from Furia.
Something's about to creep onto this angle. Obviously, full shields here.
Where's he taking the orb?
Angle.
That's honestly the funniest thing I've seen from Paper X's tournament. Is Ilias locked in like the fucking Russian sniper, and Forsaken's just taking a fucking orb. Like he deserves to die for that. Like he deserves to die. That's fucking criminal.
Bodies to flood back out into window.
That's criminal.
Something was just kind of looking that way, but
yeah, spotted on both sides here.
Next steps. Something getting a little bit looser on this. Wants to try and find someone out of position.
Ooh.
They've now taken the angle. He's seen a fair few, and he's
Got 10.
working.
Blood, to be honest.
Yeah, nerves.
They get caught here in the choke point. It could be disastrous for them.
Again, like
Healthy
Kind of look
to flood back out.
I do like. Okay, never mind.
Almost.
So something's gone from here to here to here. It's very interesting, like watching him move around the map.
Gonna go down. Furia trading in very nicely, and Jing in a position. The feast or famine. It feels like 8 HP. Gonna get caught
Unlucky
away
from
out
him.
there. Picking up.
Yeah, he looks.
He's the one who's really
Early
Yeah.
progress here.
Just the eco, right?
something on the op. I guess is the main factor. He forced off that first sight line. But Forsaken playing. He forced off that first sight line.
Yeah, teams don't take like on this map. I don't know how true it is, but like the problem I see with mid defaults is that like they always leave at least one of these question marks up quite a lot, and so it means that a player is able to just chill. Like a defender is always able to chill middle, and then like the attack wastes utility and time clearing middle, and don't even fully clear middle. And it just becomes pointless, I think, a lot of the time. I don't know what this drone does. Does that even get?
Oh, you're not going to walk into this because Furia seems so heads up.
Oh, it does. How do you do that? You got to drone it from the top of the wall, and then it actually gets here, maybe? Honestly, I'm going to lose viewers right now, but I have to check. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I have to check. I'm sorry.
See if they can catch an overstep, which they might get another shot down. Oh, you're not going to walk into this because Furia seems so heads up. Now, I mean, the damage is there.
At 16 HP now, something has to retreat. Close on the deeper line for sure, but the full force effectively of Furia headed his direction. Considering the rotation now with no push out on 8. Already now, Alan going to find space towards Dover in the head.
I mean, we have cleared, so we used the pressure from elbow to actually reverse clear. So we have cleared everything middle. So Furia in a decent position. And also got the kill on Jason, who once again does some stupid shit.
Forsaken playing a very committed corner. And Fury have been patient. We've been seeing that even in these last couple rounds.
Of Furia, considering the rotation now with no push out on A. Already now.
Still got that paranoia ready. And he's going to go ahead of it. That's quite nice, but he's
I don't really understand what Furia are trying to do here. Doesn't really make much sense to me.
Still got that paranoia ready. And he's going to go ahead of it. That's quite nice, but he's
It's nice from Alan.
The spacing and the timing for Alan. Artin and catching Divide. They are working this map very nicely. However, they are now a little scattered apart here.
Oh, they lose the spike and then just TP go B.
Spike collected and committed to.
Oh, they just go A. Okay.
Still on this A site in this position will be thought about, but maybe not the swing on the smoke. No, it catches them off, but EU is
Okay, yeah. This round just messy because Forsaken died 4v5 at the start of the round, basically.
Started to find a couple of kills. He was heating up a lot.
A lot of the rounds just felt like Forsaken's just doing shit by himself. Like 3 rounds in a row now, he's just doing some shit by himself. I know it's just eco, but
searching a little bit further. Now,
and we actually do see a team. Finally, Fury are one of the teams that actually does clear out everything at middle. It's a pretty basic idea, but I'm enjoying seeing them clear middle properly. I don't know if it's the most min-maxed way to do it, but at least they fucking removed the question marks. I hate this UI. All new UI people don't like because changing any new UI once people got used to it, people don't like immediately. But this feels particularly bad.
We need to think as well early.
The problem with UI design is people say like, why did they change it? It felt fine. Because any UI you use long enough feels fine, but you won't realize that it's actually bad. And when it gets changed, you'll usually be like, oh, it's shit, and then realize later on it's actually pretty good. But this one feels much worse than usual. Like UI, like redesigning UI that you're used to is like a hard task.
Men and beast alike.
And you won't realize that like most of the time it went up feeling bad. But in this, I don't think it will this time.
Deploying drone. Deploying drone.
It's not bad.
Take flight.
It's pretty good. It's not gonna check this box for you. It's not the worst drone in the world. Okay.
On where PRX, I'll say struggled a little bit. We're a little slower with some things reliance on the operator and that.
I say most teams actually just clear, like they try and clear this and then they stop. It's like they go into this corner then drone and then they can't clear over the box.
Series. We had a disastrous map 1.
For all my thoughts on Jonah P joining Sentinels, I'm gonna continue the meme that like I don't react to content slop. And I'll only be able to comment on it once I watch them playing. But the truth of the matter is that it's a good pickup.
Plenty of people to greet in Kuala who will find it.
It's got to be special from something.
Plenty. We'll say shouldering on here. We can see on the X-ray plenty.
And like to like not give that player some respect is kind of, you know, it's a good pickup and it'll be fun to watch them play. I would keep measured expectations still, but like I think they're setting themselves up for success.
Now with an upgrade, it's going to get difficult. Jing's going to have to again find a lot of damage. damage, and he just can't do it. So now with the plant in play.
Oh, hang on, that's a big kill, though.
Yeah, that is huge, actually. I didn't expect that one, and now they're going to invest ults around it with 15 seconds. The pressure's on Furia to find stability and safety.
I like Alone Val. I don't know. Slicky told me the other day, what did he say? He was like, bro, that you get clipped all the time, but all your clips have like loads of context to them. And then when I get clipped, they just cut out all the context. I don't know. I've not watched any of the clips, so I don't really know what's going on. I don't really care. But
Playing passive on
it's
the
kind of funny.
Hang on.
absolutely outrageous.
TMV doesn't like Alone Val.
The man who started quiet,
Why not?
louder than ever. Furia, you're not meant to be doing that.
The discipline here
In
to
this
allow
round.
a second player into his sightline.
What are your thoughts on an ex-coach being hired to be an analyst for EMEA? I mean, I am an ex-coach who got hired to be an analyst for EMEA. I think it's generally a good idea. I don't think that analysis in that way, or knowing the game to that higher level, is actually necessary to be an analyst. At the end of the day, entertaining
Hang on.
is essentially what your job is. And I think that like the form of entertainment I take is obviously through like the interesting educational lens mostly.
The discipline
Over time I'll become more silly, but
allow a second.
yeah.
The discipline.
Counter-Strike is a lot more like heavy on the ex-pros and coaches kind of vibe. But I think there is a balance between the two things. It's nice from Furia here. Pushing up close.
Designing's relaxed map.
So they take full map control, get the pick. This split doesn't work, but it's interesting. I like Furia thinking about the map in interesting ways.
It's going to get difficult. Jing's going to have Fury down to absolutely outrageous.
And then putting pressure, like not just waiting for the 3v2 to happen to them, taking the proactivity. It's quite cool.
The man who started quiet, louder in
To
this
allow
round.
a second player into his sightline from Alan and all of Furia. Just wild.
It takes a lot for me to be at a loss of words, but pulling that off in a round that felt like it was starting to really tilt.
It's another one. You never want to know the odds for PRX, but Furia.
I mean, I can't really not like Alone Val, even though like I was kind of annoyed when I started that I was getting clip farm. Like I'm kind of like I'm not doing it myself, so someone else is just basically marketing my stream. They're stealing views from me a little bit, but like I don't really care. Like it's my fault for not doing it myself. It's a bit like it feels awkward to like, because when I talk on stream, it feels like it almost feels like how a stand-up comedian must feel going to a comedy club and doing stand-up, but then realizing that people are just filming you and then like posting you online. It's like you feel like you're in this intimate environment where like you're saying things and it's going to be fine, and then you realize quite quickly that anything you say could be posted to the outside world, and it's kind of like it gets you a little bit cynical or jaded about what you can or can't say, because obviously I don't want to sit here just like flaming people and them seeing it or anything, but like at the same time, I don't know. I think it's just living with that kind of vibe that like you're gonna get clipped and it's gonna be sometimes out of context and people are gonna react to stuff that you say, and sometimes you say stuff off the cuff. Like I felt like in a weird way, I feel sorry for people like Pokemon. Like the amount of shit that I see that like just pops up on like my socials sometimes, where it's just like just say something fairly innocuous and it just gets taken as like into a huge debate about nothingness. Like it's crazy, you know. I think I got a fairly healthy attitude towards the fact that like whatever I say here is just in the context of the time I said it, and like it doesn't really, I don't really live or die by anything that I'm really saying here.
You're right, digging their heels in terms of this post plant.
And surely in a 5v3 retake, this is looking good for PRX. Odds in trying to get a little unorthodox as he was going to take down
Anyway,
some
let's get back into the game a little bit. Sorry, it's Breeze. Breeze is quite hard to stay locked in on because it is just a big open map where people just take lots of angels.
They've made this look possible. The defuse is going to be started. Device not stopping. Nothing is going to stop him. Nothing denying Device.
It feels a bit back and forth so far. I'm liking some of the stuff I'm seeing for Furia. PRX have made some individual mistakes.
This is a tense scenario now. Forsaken still.
The Omen got in priority here. And then we got Elbow. So always, PRX always will have 1 to 2 things on the map that they're fighting for. If I ever see a team going for 0, then I'm annoyed.
Feeling brave. Beheads Arlen. Gives himself some security. There are still players around here though. Something doubling down as Artsin now prepares himself for that counter swing. You have to fight back a lot of the space now.
2 smokes middle. It's very inefficient.
Gathered by PRX.
Spike down in the middle of middle.
I was going to say, how did that come through? So he can catching another kill here.
And then a very boring round to finish this off, it feels like. Something overextends, gets picked off.
Artsin might be dead to rights, tagged up and barely away from this. This is a nice elevation.
Push out from Jing.
This is a much better look from PRX.
Yeah, just some nice pushes. Alex said that they won 1 out of 5 scrims against AG. What do you think about it? I wouldn't read into it too much. I think PRX do think about their scrims a little bit more than like we would on Fnatic. But I wouldn't read into it too much. I think that it's healthy to have that attitude that like this team could be a team that wins and like respect them or whatever. Yeah. Scrim results don't matter. They do. They do. I think it in some it's I don't know how to explain it, but the way I would say to about scrim results is they don't matter that much, but if you can win scrims heavily against good teams, it means that you can win in officials. It gives you that little bit of hope that's like, okay, we can actually do this. If you don't win in scrims, you have to have a hell of a lot of confidence to know that you're still going to be able to win officials, if that makes sense. Like, I would rather be a team that has the knowledge that like, oh, we can actually fucking shit on a bunch of these teams than not know how it feels like to actually win a game. It's not just about the belief, it's about like just actually knowing that where you are at, you know. If you're a team that never wins scrims, but like the only reason it would be valid for you to believe that you might win is because you're like an experienced team that's played for a long time or something.
Towards the side of the map, Forsaken.
Alan's gone down though.
Hang on, what?
Oh dear, this is Jing. Luckily keeping this together.
Okay, just a fast B shut down by Jing's TP. Nerve does have ult.
The placement on A4
Gets to slip away. How does he reposition here?
It's a great spread on hit as well.
Did Device see something
he did.
then? Yeah, he caught a glimpse. He's got a great idea now, but they still have to clear this man who has been hard to handle. He's trying to be slippery, trying to get a timing, get something on his side.
Nerve could easily have won that, but got a bit antsy.
Touch of a lead.
Alright, scrims primarily designed to test your abilities rather than evaluating your opponents.
In the clutch.
Scrims are primarily designed to make you better at the game.
The Cats by something fantastic. Jing to follow up with the 3K.
Thank God for Jing there.
Thank God for Jing, because something was. I mean, I don't know what the plan was.
Do you want to win every scrim, or are there scrims used to try stuff? That's another narrative that's like being heavily scrutinized. I think that you're obviously not trying to win scrims, but if you are doing the stuff that you're supposed to be doing well, you should naturally be winning scrims, if that makes sense. You shouldn't be focusing on the result of the scrim. But if you do the things that you're trying to test correctly, you would probably win scrims. I do think that obviously it's very good to be completely tested and push back on your ideas. Like if I would prefer to have like a grueling scrim in which like it's a very close back and forth. Like some of the best scrim series we had were like 2022 versus Lev. We'd have like BO5s. Maybe it was even 2023 kick like lock-in era. We would have like back and forth games with Lev, I think, that were like it was like very nice to see how like it was like watching high level Valorant being played very, very high level. I don't know.
Decided. Ultimate's now online for PRX. Jing, Forsaken, and something.
Yes, I stream on Twitch as well.
With good progress elsewhere. Try this approach to B once more.
But I like this adjustment on A. At least PRX are trying to be.
What do coaches actually take notes of? I've talked about this a lot, and there's too much to me to talk about to go through it again. Long story short, I'd imagine most coaches are just writing down adjustments. So full A main control for PRX. I'd imagine we see them pushing through as a protocol, and then here they're just fucked on this weak side. But Defy probably is gonna have to fight to his death, and then Ilya could just get out, and then Defy still wins. I'm surprised that they don't. Okay, this is the first like protocol that I think PRX fuck up on. I think when he sees this in the game, this ult is obviously very strong from Omen, but these two probably should just be pushing out right now. Like, and then splitting up here is very poor. If they are going to go away, they need to go together. There's no point of something going here and getting 0 for 1s by a lurker. He's gonna win this fight, absolutely. But if he lost this fight, then it'd be 0 for 1, rather than guaranteeing the 1 for 1. 1 second, I have a phone call, and I don't usually get phone calls, so it seems like it could be urgent. 1 second, I'll be 1 sec. Let me mute my mic. Hello. Okay, never mind. It wasn't like usually my phone will say, my phone will usually say, it's like a cold caller. It didn't say it's a cold caller. Someone just phoned me and then just fucking hung up on me for some reason.
The map gets smaller, hunted down, wanted, dead. PRX.
Can you qualify? Can you congratulate me? I qualify for Challengers EMEA. Congratulations. Challengers EMEA. How does that work? So Stallions. Oh yeah. You went to like the group stage thing. I don't really know how Challenger works this year. You won it's Enzo's team and Doma's team, right? Oh wait, no. Mandatory isn't Enzo's team. Job Life is sorry, Job Life is Enzo and Doma's team. Yeah, that's it. Mandatory is this team looks fucking strong. It's the kind of team that will get to like the semis and then for whatever reason just lose. But this team's quite good.
Of what they can do.
Flawless round to reset the finances of Furia.
It's a good hold here from the boys.
That is the weaker side, right?
But yeah, Hypo, good to know it's the weaker side, and yeah, it looks this fucking strong.
Finances wins.
Yeah.
Certainly got to feel like the momentum is in their favor. The Coinbase win can call out.
Yeah, the B slams don't really seem to be working. Like I feel like you need to go B once you've kind of created some question marks. It feels like people just bunker up B at the start of rounds, play anti-rush, you get fucked up too easy.
It's such a fine margin between madness and brilliance with PRX, and for now it is aligning, right? The 4 in succession, they've quelled the finances from Furia, they've actually gone for a bit of investment.
Yeah.
Fast A split here from Furia. And PRX are playing 3A main. So what I expect here is for them to actually go up and fucking take this space aggressively.
Effectively.
They haven't seen
The problem is that immediately Envy's reaction is to run back. He's getting scared. I think it's absolutely fine for him, if he really wants to, go tuck into this corner and let these two players just fuck up the people A main. And then he's got a spot where like he can hide. And then they come back and then start shooting, and then he's just hidden.
this 3-play stack at the
This
start
is
of
kind of
the
poor.
side. Now, odds,
Envy's just kind of stuck.
I mean,
He's just gone off to
fine
fight by
line
himself.
madness, this might be part of it. Envy
Yeah, it's poor decision making there by Envy.
get just
Jing's doing the correct thing, but Ilya's not.
smothered. This site is now topsy-turvy.
They need to just fight together. If there's a heavy... The way that splits work is that, you know, there's 4 here, there's 1 here. You've taken this control. You now need to leverage the fact that you have this control and isolate the fact that you can fight forwards. It's lucky in this instance that fighting forwards means that you're only fighting 1 person. This could be 2, 3 people. But because you know it's a split, I'm going to take the gamble that you just fight forward here. So they should be just looking to fight forward. It's very strange to watch PRX not fight forward. But yeah, I think the ideal situation would be these two fight forward and the Sova just hides in this corner.
I mean, talking about the fine line of madness, this might be
Yeah, they'd also be able to be like very lucky in the sense that they literally win the round because the spike gets dropped here.
part of it. Envy gonna get just smothered. This site is now topsy-turvy. And then try to help
And then Forsaken makes it terrible. Forsaken's been quite poor this map.
Oh, and Jing, there's nothing. There's nothing to be said. It's down to the 2.
It's a very bad round from PRX.
Oh my god, they do. You're right. Something's got it.
Like the point of doing this 3A main kind of start is that like you're trying to win the A main fight, but then if they go A main heavy, you can get a bit of damage down and then reset and be like, oh, they're heavy here. We can fall back and not have to worry about this because we know they're heavy here. If they go this way, you need a protocol. The protocol can either be like fight them quickly here and like stall the A main, or just fight the A main.
What can Koala Noob do? Yeah, has to go and get it, pop the ult for it. But then Defy still prowling the site, removes Artsin. As Koala Noob with that operator, not feeling comfortable by any means. They are pinned in a corner here.
So weird.
I don't really get how a structured, well-coordinated team like Energy or G2 lose to a clumsy team like PRX. If you think that G2 are currently a well-structured, well-coordinated team, then you're not watching the games very closely. I think that G2 are far less coordinated or structured than Energy. Were you baiting me? I don't know, because people are now reacting. I think, I keep saying it, they need to play a style that mixes the best of PRX and the best of the old G2, and then they will literally win trophies. If they can't do that and they decide to continue to do these weak imitations of like PRX where they just individually peak everything in advantages, then they will not win this tournament. Or they'll never win a tournament.
It might have been. It might have been. Or someone else just watching his POV at that point.
Yeah.
Koala Noob now gets to play on the corner though. You missed it. Koala Noob is gonna polish you. It's on something, a 1v2. He did it in map 1. This is a
How is Nongshim just crushing everyone? I don't know. We're going to get to that VOD. My analysis for Nongshim is when I watched their VODs, I thought that they did fairly simple defaults, but they chose often the correct place on the map to default and had the most effectiveness. Again, it feels funny that like there's a load of people who keep like parroting this narrative that like the macro is so simple these days and everyone knows how to play good macro. It's not true at all. If you watch Nongshim default, their defaults are generally chosen in much more efficient or better spots on the maps, which gives them better options to finish than other teams, in my opinion. On bind, it's like they'll actually default long B, whereas other teams have forgotten that that is a good place to default. And then like they also just have Danby and have some of the best exits, like micro, because Danby, like it's disgusting. FURIA coach said PRX are predictable. That's not really what he said. That's not really what he said. I mean, I think you guys have heard how positive I've been about Gentlemates, and I still predicted Nongshim to beat Gentlemates. Like that's, I think people really underrated Nongshim.
But now, brutality! Oh my god! How are you doing this again?
My God!
Let them know! Let them know! Never tell me the odds! Another 1v2 like that! Absolute madness!
They are just absolutely fixated towards
FURIA coach said PRX used some ults in a predictable way. Yeah, the predictable way is bad. It's not predictable, it's just predictably bad. Like, he's not wrong. Like, I love PaperX, I love the boys. I think that, like, they're playing some of the best Valorant of all time, but their ult usage is plainly quite bad. And anyone annoyed at the FURIA coach saying that the PaperX use the ults in predictable ways, that is the nice way of putting it sometimes. The ult usage has been kind of bad. If PaperX can fix like the anti-ecos and ults and like those big win condition rounds, I think they would podium every single tournament they would ever go to.
What a round for FURIA as well. Just to take away from that. Arsen's TP reading into
I think it takes, okay, like, so just people are like annoyed. People seem annoyed about Gentlemate's coach as well. The way I would describe it is that when you're a coach and you haven't done that many interviews before, and you get asked a question that seems almost frustrating. You've just come off a loss and you get asked a question that seems borderline frustrating, that like they're trying to frame a narrative that you don't agree with, and you don't have much time to answer the question. Sometimes you're going to come across like a dick. Like, if you're basically asked a question about Danby and you've come off a loss, like you're probably like, you might just be frustrated. And like I've done it before. I've been frustrated and just give an answer where like it's like fuck you. Like what do you like fuck you asking me that question almost like I know it's good for narrative and for like the whole broadcast experience, but like sometimes I'm in that mode where I'm just like like yeah, nice narrative you're trying to pull up, like you know what I mean?
Something's starting to come alive here. PRX, that is exactly the PaperX round we're talking about. But so is the entirety of PaperX. That is exactly.
No, PaperX should not be giving me the bag again. When there's able to do what I can do when it comes to the stuff that I'm talking about, it's just very difficult to implement it with PaperX. They don't work like any other team that I've worked with.
Exactly the PaperX round we're talking about. The fact they won that 7-3. And something's starting to come alive.
But it all comes apart at the end.
He's a different breed, man. Like, honestly. But so is the entirety of PaperX. That is exactly the PaperX round we're talking about. The fact they won that 7-3. And something's starting to come alive here. Just shouldering up in middle. Anyone else dare take a fight right now?
There's a gap on the smoke as well for Envy to still support him.
Divide though. They're swinging smokes. They're just taking fights.
Still on the prowl.
Not really much to say about this round. It's like what I said before is true again. They're doing a mid default that is basically, I think you need to do this and this at the same time a lot of the time. I don't think you can get away with doing this and then look at it. This just perfectly counters you. full triangle crossfire. Like, you're going through a tiny choke point. It doesn't make any sense.
First round, we're talking about the fact they won that 7-3. And something's starting to come alive here. Just shouldering up in middle. Anyone else dare take a fight right now?
Gap on the smoke as well for Envy to still support him.
Divide though, they're swinging smoke.
They take PRX. Up in hand for Koala, but
God.
say if Nerve can catch that, but it's just
And then this smoke helps PRX, I think. I don't like this orb, man. I think it's kind of helping the defense here. I mean, look at fucking PRX here.
This is Fury's map pick.
well, we
Oh,
talked
it's a
about
wake-up
split.
call.
Fucking hard this round. Yeah, on deck. No Storm. Oh, Forsaken just swapping out. Was considering a scope.
Trying to isolate Jing. This orb just lets the defense sit here and then be protected by people up here. It doesn't really help you. Like, and if you sit here and drop it, then it's not exactly the nicest angle to sit in over here.
Oh, don't go, don't go! Run and hide! This paper pretty purging them down again. EU back to the wall, trying to fight it forward. He's putting up a good performance.
I'm just here for the title drop. You're a bit late, I think. I don't know what the fuck the title drop is.
You see the pings.
The fuck is this? It's a fucking attack side wall.
Will be the heavier side for sure.
I love seeing Viper walls like this, which just look like attack walls.
Bloodbath.
But you need a smoke there if you want to split a site. No, you don't. No, you don't. Like, I'm gonna reference Anders, but Anders big on smoking here, and that way it means that you can clear this, and then go a split, and then you don't immediately have someone running it and shooting you in the back, which I think makes sense.
It might just be Wallanude and Ardson. There's the first contact.
I mean,
There's paranoia. Ardson plays
I don't think you get I don't know what the fuck a title. What are you talking about? A title drop, bro?
smoke and adjust side.
I'm VOD reviewing Valorant. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Nice shot back from Harlan, but it's already been handled, right? Paper X, hold on, Ardson. Slightly in for.
Yeah, VLR removed this match page. I don't know why.
Paper X, hold on,
I had to just go to the YouTube channel to find it.
And Ardson. There's the first
Just a
contact.
fast
There's
B
paranoia.
here. Viper not being B is a big issue here.
Ardson plays to the smoke and adjust side. Does he get noted? Yes, he does.
Do you ever get tired explaining basic concepts to the golds in your chat? Jesus Christ. I get more tired of people like you thinking that that's a nice question to ask.
Alright, Ghost. And left dead.
Two flip unlikely. Brex to greet this.
If I ever get tired of explaining Valorant to someone, I'll be dead.
Tested here. Getting conscious of something going wrong. The device position might just catch the TP sent forwards. Now, if they can bait a little bit of pressure somewhere. Well, don't even need to. Divide every day of the week.
Yeah, no smiling. I think they might be. I'm not gonna say
The problem with a lot of the things that I even talk about on stream is that, like, there's a lot of things I end up talking about that, like, pro teams don't even do or know. So even if some of it does seem fairly basic in concept, it's like some of it's still the same feedback I'd genuinely give to these teams as a professional, you know, coach or something. It'd be far more structured and rigorous, but how did you become a coach? I made a team of Boaster and coached. I did. Nobody in esports is a real coach. They are just people who decided to call themselves a coach. We're all a bunch of frauds.
Gotta credit them. It's terms of the amount of pressure they are under. They are stepping up to the plate.
That's something we'll look to in potentially map 3, unless they can build now, right? It would have to be flawless back from Furia. The bar exceptionally high, and to try and ensure the paper.
See, look how PRX don't use that smoke. I bet they don't use that smoke fully this game. They use the orb that Anders likes.
Something we'll look to in potentially map 3, unless they can build now, right? It would have to be flawless back from Furia. The bar exceptionally high, and to try and ensure the PRX don't have PRX round is always very, very difficult. So for now, PRX bursting through those double doors. They're looking to crunch towards A in an unorthodox fashion, so Alum gets away with one, but the trade's there quite quickly for something. They're going to...
Then we see on the flip side, you see how, remember Furia? I said the 3A for the defense when they were here. They should push and isolate. Look what happens here for Furia. As a reaction to the split. You see Alum going for it immediately. EU gets caught in the exact same spot that Envy does. I think it's kind of like, I don't know why. I think that the positioning from players who are like here is quite poor. He's like come to here to try and establish something, but like I think what should happen here is Oma probably needs to join A main, and then this player probably needs to get to here. Especially if it's a 5v4.
Potentially map 3, unless they can build now. It would have to be flawless back from Furia. The bar exceptionally high, and try and ensure the PRX don't have a PRX round is always very, very difficult. So for now,
it's not 5v4, but then EU looks completely stuck, man. It's kind of poor positioning from him.
So Alum gets away with one, but the trade's there quite quickly for something. They're going to spot out Artsin. He's cleared. They are on a mission.
Why did they change roles? Because Jing probably isn't that comfortable playing entry Judas that isn't Raze. Ilya, if Ilya had the choice, most like old school Judas players, if they had the choice, would probably lock in Jet every single time. What are the easiest concepts to take from VCT and put them to ranked games? It's a very good question, and it's a kind of question that would deserve a YouTube video, to be honest. I don't know. I'd have to think. I'm sorry. There are some concepts that apply to ranked games. Most of it. Can we give you what? Oh, that's... I would give them a pass. We'll give them a pass because they're B+ could be better.
This is the first time serious. Yeah. Normally there's a lot of levity to them. They're, generally pretty happy about it, even in their losses. This is a very serious side.
Absolutely.
Is this meta easier to translate into ranked game? Yeah. In terms of like ranked, this is the most ranked meta we've probably ever had. It's just preference. It's just preference what resolution you want to play at. We grading Chilean English? I mean, I gave him a B+.
A dicey beginning for Alum as well. A dicey beginning for Alum as well. Good.
A flash. Cool flash from middle. Once again, you see how no smoke from PRX. They opened the door to take a duel at middle and don't smoke here.
Copy of the previous.
A dicey beginning for Alum as well.
I'd be interested to see how they do this versus an AWP. They do lose the duel here, but Jing is basically dueling by himself. I want to continue to see how this develops with PRX, this idea of not smoking here. I don't think this smoke really does much, though. I don't think this smoke does much.
regen, so again,
I'd probably smoke like there's probably like a smoke here. I'd even prefer smoking like right here. I don't think you need to smoke heaven. Maybe you could even smoke like a weird smoke right here. I don't know.
Fire on the other side towards A.
And cross up behind. There is a lot of threat in middle, and Forsaken, the one to maybe punish this cross. And they get him back.
Too many bodies on the other side there. Plant's still not in. Just about cycled across the site now.
Bro, I have like 1.7k viewers or something. It still is crazy to me. Still crazy.
Potentially behind default. To scale.
To keep it foul.
Again, right off a map, I can take the roll out some of these rounds.
I love this TP. It goes up here.
Right there for Furia. Again, nice towards Koala.
I don't need to run ads. I'm not looking to ad farm you guys.
Something on the prowl. He's seen a pixel. Oh! But something on the prowl. He's seen a pixel. Oh! Head first.
I think at the end of the year I'd start begging for subs more, but right now I don't need anything.
But something on the prowl.
Oh, now they do use the smoke. Okay, so now they're tired of getting owned from that, so they do use the smoke. It seems like a battle of the two ideas. Kind of funny.
But something on the prowl. He's seen a pixel.
That's crazy. That's not acceptable.
Head first. He dives in.
It's not acceptable.
Business.
It did work to bait Alum. I mean, it worked to the sense that he ran through and killed someone accidentally. What does the chicken com mean? I don't know what chicken is. Oh shit, I need to keep watching that VOD.
A miracle now, and look who is here. Out for blood. It's done. All roads lead to split today. That is where we are heading. That is what we
Koala takes over the server when he gets to
Furia undefeated.
has been fast.
That had the
Giga banger map split. Both teams very good at this map.
posted up outside A right now, and
What's my opinion about buying the AWP on attack side in general? There's two reasons to buy the AWP on attack. It is good on attack. It is good on that map. Good on map attack. But the problem is that like if it's good on the defense side of the map you're playing, then you're basically gifting your opponent an AWP a lot of the time. So like a map like Breeze, whilst it's good to AWP on attack side, if the opponent gets your AWP from you, it's a free AWP for a defense side in which is brutal to play against. So I'd rather AWP on maps where like you're not just gifting your opponent a free win condition. But then the problem is a lot of the maps where it's good to AWP on attack are also very good for defense. So Split is horrible for attack in my opinion. Bind is quite shit for attack. Haven I think is quite shit for attack. I wouldn't AWP on any of those maps, but then the maps where it's probably a bit better to AWP on attack, maybe like Abyss, Breeze kind of maps, maybe. It's then like nightmarish fuel to give them a defense. AWP.
ready to greet the wall.
Sunset. Doesn't strike me as an AWP map. Icebox is nightmare fuel giving it to a defense. If you give an AWP defense, it's nightmare fuel. Road and Lotus. Lotus, I think, is a pretty... I think Lotus is a good map to AWP on attack. I think. Because it's not the best defense map for AWP, but it's not the worst. I think Lotus might be my favorite to try the AWP on attack. Ascent is kind of bad because you're giving... Again, Ascent is such a defense side AWP map. As soon as a Jet has AWP, like, well, in the modern Valorant, like Jet won't be played, but like in the old era of Ascent, like if Jet had an AWP on defense, then you're just gonna lose.
PRX.
Oh, it's gonna be
It's
like
not
a
great to
close
AWP on most attack
this is what
sides,
we're in
basically, is
for.
what I'm trying to say.
A standoff.
Unless you're Chamber, then Chamber like changes things obviously, but it's obviously a risk to give the opponent a.
How long does PRX hold this? I guess as long as until they don't feel contact.
Do you miss the old Jet now?
Yeah.
And for
I don't miss an agent that everyone overplayed.
the paranoia ready. 3 players poised for this. Alum does get taken down. The PRX trap gets sprung. Forsaken going back for more with a
Pressure over the top.
3 players poised for this. Alum does get taken down. The PRX trap gets sprung.
And yes, they're going to be the shorty invested.
I remember watching this rank. Jing fucks up here, right?
Yep. Right place for Jing.
It's not the right
I say that, let's see how
position
he
though.
handles this one. The paranoia is
Jing just isn't playing anything.
Farm here.
Yep.
You need to.
Right place for Jing.
Yeah.
Well, I say that, let's see
You can't play close up versus away there.
how he handles this one. The paranoia is
Was the
stunning.
Viper
And
nerf
look at the
Drew
combination of
tool?
utility there. It does
No.
take him down, but still, they get the sight. That's a bold approach from Allen. I don't.
Maybe just going for
PRX. They have the trade. He does at least get the Bulldog to play with here. Envy going to be forced off the corner. Hold on. They're still making a go of it into the ball.
but
They're already coming back in though. PRX. They have the better purchase. Keep that in mind. They have
Paranoia is
the
quite
rifles.
big.
EU gonna be blinded. Art's in great trade.
It's kind of funny if you look at the timing here.
Keep that in mind.
Watch.
They have the rifle.
He just turns his back whilst the flash happens. EU gets fucking blinded by his teammate, and then he's not blinded, so kind of brutal.
EU gonna be blinded. Art's in great trade. Does at least get the Bulldog to play with here. Forced off the corner. Hold on. They're still making a go.
great timing again. The paranoia back in, the flash as well. It actually forces Jing to satchel back into the snake bite. A nerve to catch it. But yeah, the ons with anchoring said, put some respect on his name now. Is he given that here versus Furia?
That's funny. I remember I said before that like Jing loves to play this box, and I was always like, can you just let the Yoru play the box, please? And then actually letting the Yoru play the box this time.
To get the ball rolling again. It's felt like a bit of a drought from map 2 till now. I'm not gonna note something's position.
Full-way ramp though from Furia.
Early attempt made from Kuala-Lumpur here. Does Envy get caught? Yes, he does.
Put some respect on his name.
Ball rolling again. It's early attempt made from Kuala-Lumpur here. Does Envy get caught? Yes, he does. A little, I don't want to say lazy, but maybe overconfident that he had.
That softens up middle.
Something
But what are Furia doing now? 1-2-2.
noted. And
Furia decided to go towards a judge. The side would be Divide, who's really nice work.
I think their slow mid-range work quite well against
If he could do
PRX.
something pretty miraculous here. Still going to toy. I mean, toy with the idea of taking away some bodies. Device slipped forward. He's playing towards pillar. 15 seconds.
PRX like to react to noise, and if you give them no noise, they don't really know what to do sometimes. Did PRX try to sign me permanently?
Furia finally stopping the rot.
they keep pushing forwards as
Alex
well.
asked me if I would move to Korea,
Looking out for
to which the answer was fuck no. So we didn't have that conversation.
pivotal to their success early on here. On the
I think that there's a lot of teams that would obviously like, you know,
but not going to see anything to bring in for the miss in Alex's eyes. We will see another invested ramp stack here by PRX.
I think it's like they got the perfect situation. Like getting Wendler, who's someone who's like essentially what I could, because like someone like me, but like a few years ago in my career, means that they got someone who's like a bit more hungry than I am for like you know, being in Korea, being with the team, trying to win. Like it's better for them to have someone like that than to have me, you know what I mean? he's trying. His skill set is in the context of helping PaperX. His skill set is the one that I would say that I was trying to do for them, if that makes sense. You know, like be that slightly different perspective that they don't have in their team. What actually happens here? The reveal is just bad, and then it's just and then the saturate is bad. Is that saturate being bad, or is he just? No, he's actually hindered. Jesus Christ. Am I not that hungry for trophies anymore? It's... I don't want to say things in a way that gets misinterpreted so that like it feels like I'm not actually trying to be a coach anymore or something. Because obviously I'm still going to be a consultant, trying my best to help teams. But like my goal isn't necessarily like... I don't fall asleep dreaming about winning a trophy, you know what I mean? And I don't think that means that I'm any worse of a coach. It just means that like in terms of the amount of time I'm willing to give coaching, it's not going to be as much as what it used to be. Whereas like in 2023, the entire off season, I would fall asleep every night thinking about winning trophies, you know what I mean? Like
here to pull top of the paranoia to follow.
Oh, they want the account closed, don't they? Okay, EU. 30 seconds. And that's instantly forced Forsaken to fall away from this. You fight still here.
I mean, hang on, what?
Over towards no.
Stuff. 3-1 the scoreline here. And we'll get a pretty good purchase to follow out from that. And again, something and we'll get the scoreline here.
this is where the turning point happens. I was watching this game map a little bit. PaperX go from mid... Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry, my headset's dying. It just screamed at me that I have low battery and it scared the shit out of me. Yeah, they push down mid or just get shit on here. It wasn't a particularly bad idea, but I think it gave them an into the game.
I feel like my mind's going to remember these last couple of rounds as potentially something that caused a bit of a spiral. We're yet to see though.
Wait, did FURIA win the round before? No, they didn't. Okay, fuck.
I feel like my mind's going to remember these last couple of rounds as potentially.
Would a Viper nerf of shooting the wall smoke emitters make a section of the wall disappear work? I have no idea what that means.
We're trying to just feel this out so far. We can already see the reaction, right? It's a heavy rotation, trying to bait them in, draw them in. They'd love to see them chomp down on this, but I feel like they should be a bit more cautious.
Something desperate to find a connection there.
Good info, but
yeah, very good info on the spot.
Shooting the wall smoke emitters makes such... it's too complicated. It's too complicated, and yeah, it would be too bad. It would be not very good.
This correctly, though.
It wouldn't. You imagine doing a wall. Imagine any wall you do where like the main priority is like going over a choke. So like let's say for whatever reason on this map, a wall that was used was like this. And you can basically just shoot this or this and just make it only do one of these things. It's a bit horrible of a nerf, I think. Do you have any idea why Alex is upset even when they're running rounds? Because they clip him when they are dying in the mid round and not at the end of the round. His reactions aren't him at the end of the round winning.
And Kowalnu's behind Forsaken. This has all gone bizarre. And now something's found EU in middle. The spike's now kind of adrift.
Thank you for the streams. They've been very informative. Thank you. I've been not so locked in the last map or two, but I think it's because I partly spoiled myself on this map. I watched quite a lot of this map yesterday live.
This has all gone bizarre. And now something's found EU in middle. The spike's now kind of adrift. Guanu doesn't feel secure or safe to work forward 30 seconds.
I end up watching Anders stream a little bit because I'm interested to hear his takes on things. And then inevitably end up watching actually part of the game. So I remember something popping off here.
He's still got this space. He can call this through. The rest of the team from FURIA are getting here, but
I'm surprised that he didn't spam this box, like given that like, he jumped up.
Thought this. And now there could be problems. Something. The one to start it might be the one to end it. PRX.
I don't understand how he gets the gun and TP's away without this guy actually trying to kill.
It might be the one to end it. PRX. Oh, this is devastating for FURIA. It's not over yet.
And this is Jing just.
You're looking at what's
I don't know why.
remaining. Can't
Just wait half a second for your Viper to come, and then you can take this together.
He's not got heart in this fight.
How they dig him out of main now, though?
I don't know. Envy's only got a classic though. It's gonna be on that. That was where I thought it was gonna start and end with that Vandal in the hands of something. But no, now it's 43 HP.
Oh, they fucked this up too.
A Sheriff up against him. Divine now with the upgrade, but they've got the time against them. Can he live up to the name? Ice cold, nerves of steel now. Divine, you got a player on 3 HP against you, and Nerve, he's held the down.
It was very well played by Nerf. As PRX played that round, they closed that round pretty poorly. It felt wrong the way they were trying to play it.
Okay.
Yes, Jing messed up massively at middle. It's the kind of thing that... It's the kind of thing that, again, if I was watching Valorant in... This is the kind of thing that a Counter-Strike player would watch this round and almost laugh at this. I think a very good experienced Counter-Strike player would almost be like, how is that acceptable in your game? Like, I don't think you're going to see, like, in Jing's head, maybe it's because there's a fade out that happened, but anyone with experience would just wait for this to come around. You're in a 4v2. There's no rush. You just wait for this Viper to come around, and then you just isolate this player together. Instead, he peeks immediately as the ult hits, which means this guy's going to be frantically looking for people. He doesn't put any doubt in Quadanoob's mind about anything, and just runs in, you know. The problem is that like people think there's this concept I've been thinking about quite a lot in esports. It's like, can you dissect the bad out of someone without taking away the good? Like, there's a player in the UK scene who was like a bit of an idiot, but like because he was a bit like that was a result of him being Freddy Bravado and good. But like I was always interested in like if you did take out the kind of bad stuff from him, is that possible to just dissect out that? Can we dissect this bit of like inting from PRX without taking away the other good stuff they do? Is that actually possible? I think it is possible, but I think there's like an interesting idea that like maybe it's harder than you think. I think this is too easy an idea. I think this is too simple to not be able to do at this level. And I think that like they should be able to do it. I think there are slightly higher level concepts that they might never be able to do because of the way that they approach the game. But like this is too simple, I think, for them to not be able to do.
Can't say he's not got heart in this fight.
How they dig him out of main now, though?
I don't know. Envy's only got a classic though. It's gonna be on that. That was where I thought it was gonna start and end with that Vandal in the hands of something.
It's like the yin and the yang, right? Your personality makes up all the good things and bad things about you. And it's like, yeah, I don't know. Can you actually like it's genuinely like interesting idea in general, right, outside of gaming, but
Felt pretty comfortable. Addition so quickly. He's able to.
Just the stop. Okay. got ults coming
But
through.
yeah, I think it's
Right?
too like it's
Does
too
get seen.
not peaking in advantages feels like too easy a concept for it to be too tied to their philosophy or personality in the game.
Play himself into this.
Tell them and it's fixed. What do you like? Do you not think that it's been said many times to not peak in advantages?
Towards heaven. Focus towards CT, but I think that time is somewhat past. So the plant's going to be in very directed approach for Furia. Yeah, going to get away with the plant too.
I'll see prepping the paranoia here. Just crunch towards CT.
I'm still looking
with
at
numbers. The showstoppers coming through.
They're putting
I do
everything
wonder
into
how they
it.
used off-season time.
Does well to find one.
Like, it'd be interesting to get one there to talk about that stuff a bit more.
How
Because, like, I was basically saying to him that, like, there are a few things that I would try if I had time in the off-season, if I was him. I think one of them would be, like, those advantageous situations, like, I'd be looking at those very closely and trying to, like, figure out a way to see why, almost figure out why they feel the need to do those things. I mean, this round's basically just ults, right? The Euro ult goes through, their weak side B against ults, they're kind of just fucked. I don't think necessarily this is a great setup against the ults that, basically losing B on this map is kind of a death sentence. It's too hard to retake. They do have Raze ult though. And that nade didn't do anything, unfortunately. So I got open plan and alert contingency. I think this is a mistake by Nerve. I don't think, like, my rule is if you've got a Viper ult, you don't lurk. And so he should just be up here ulting.
I'll see prepping the paranoia here.
You have a theory Alex is mad because the team is not aggressive enough. See, I see that, and all I see is that Reddit thread that I watched. So I presume you're referring to that Reddit thread. Make them wear a shock collar. But if you made them wear a shock collar, would they think that, like, would they understand that it's just advantages? Would they then be conditioned? Would there then be Pavlovian conditioning for them to stop peaking in other situations?
Already Fury have done their willingness to go forwards in these situations and stand their
What if they
ground.
like the shock is probably the craziest comment on this stream.
Run away with that pressure.
PRX are the best eco team in the world. I've said it before. The anti-eco, if we did a graph of anti-eco and then eco, and this is like good and bad, good, bad, PRX would be like here. They've got the biggest, like, difference between their anti-eco and their eco, like, in the world. Most teams would be like, you know, they'd probably be just around the middle, like, I'd say like here is probably the average. Like, most teams aren't amazing at anti-eco and not very good at eco, like, just a little bit, you know.
Everything right in my book.
EDG's anti-ecos are historically slightly oversold. I think their PRXs are worse. Can you Pavlov an esports team to a global trophy? Isn't that kind of what my job was as a coach? Like, wasn't my conditioning... Like, I think my Pavlov conditioning was, if you play really bad during scrims, then you're going to have to stay here longer because my VOD review is going to be longer. And me VOD reviewing you for an hour is probably one of the most boring experiences of your life. So those 4 hours were scrimming. You got to be locked in, otherwise you're gonna have to sit there and listen to me tell you why you're not playing good enough.
Throw a weapon into maybe capitalize on it.
Gonna need someone to activate here.
Purchases here for Furia. So they can play a scrappy round in this anti-eco. There is a lot of sheriffs on the other side.
And we've learned our lessons. I don't need to tell you at home. You guys know it. We know it. Basically a buy round.
For PRX, yeah.
Yep. So let's just see how...
It's not even ironic. Like, this is a buy round for PRX.
Well, not particularly bloody hell, man. Forsaken. And he's been a highlight for PRX, right? One of those big players to eye up, but instantly removed. Devi going to try and backfill that space. Would have to
Force Furia to...
We didn't love what we saw last time. I think pretty deep. In, Nerves gone. I give away too much here. Jing gets contact, finds him, drops in, Nerves gone.
Okay, they just go B off of that contact, of that info. Should be easy round for Furia.
Then get any sort of impact now.
He's probably just going to allow the plant to happen here. Might catch somebody in transition.
The middle, resetting a little bit deeper. Repositioning, great paranoia. EU getting closer. Oh, I found those
and a half. Certainly could. Complete spiral out of control very quick.
I support Tia. What do you think they need to improve on to become a strong competitor? They kind of were changing stuff late, and so the map pool theory was pretty poor. I think that they have a lot to fix for stage 1. They need to try and catch, because they're in good form. So they need to try and get their map theory and their ideas of structure down to match their form. And if they can't, then like they need to catch this form, because they're in good form. Like, they need to catch it.
Devi will throw down the pit. Secure control of mid, at least early on here. Remove one of the tools that Furia have relied on a bit of freedom up until now.
Who do I have at Energy VBL? I have BBL, but it's my heart that says BBL. My head probably says Energy. I really want BBL to win this tournament. It'd be so cool.
Well, what they were great at doing is kind of doing a little bit of damage, maybe getting a kill, dipping out, and then having a very pacey 5.
Like, I don't usually care who wins the tournament, but BBL winning this tournament would be cool.
And the spacing not really there unless Furia take their time on the way in.
What do I mean by form? I mean they're playing well. As in, like, individually they're playing well. They're in good condition. They're in good form. The players are in good form. The players are playing well.
Starting to lean over towards A. You see that ult for Alan being considered. Here comes the site hit. Let's see how PRX try and handle this one. Something staying on site. Here comes the site hit. Let's see how PRX try and handle this one. Something staying on site. Something staying on site. Finally gets out of there.
How did this lose so badly? Ilya's able to kill 2 people. And I guess 1 for free. Jing gets traded. That's because Envy runs out. Does Envy just run out? Yeah, Envy dropping there is very stupid. And then they just flood in. Stupid. Yeah. Wait.
Into a 1v3 where the odds are stacked against him now. The first cleared, but the next 2 difficult. 1 to a pillar now, 2. They'll try and limit their options, but pretty magical. Odds.
Artsin's face there's kind of funny watch.
Pretty magical.
Just looks like a
Thinking about it, how does he want to play it? Devi doesn't quite know where Oddsin is. He wants to pin him down, find an option. The time going to determine the outcome soon enough. Devi has to tap the spike, and Oddsin waiting. Devi comes, Mike.
Almost PRX are baited in a little bit by
this was egregious from Envy.
finding a kill here from Jing. Something obviously finding a kill. That's the green light.
I think that Pansy's, like, again, like, referring to Pansy's, like, idea that fundamentals in this meta have been kind of, like, bad from some teams. It's stuff like this that I'm probably going to be highlighting more. Like, I'm going to be much more brutal when I go back to Destiny. Yeah, if I see teams just doing stupid shit, I think I'm going to be highlighting it a little bit.
Something obviously finding a kill.
If the macro doesn't matter as much in this meta, and it's more about fundamentals and micro, for sure I'm going to be fucking shitting on players that are doing mistakes constantly. Not that Envy's making mistakes constantly, but...
Sheriff
5 rounds on occasion, down to 1v2s, 1v1s, but the reads have been right. The approach is correct.
What about Team Heretics? What about Team Heretics? What do you want me to say about Team Heretics? You keep highlighting your message and you keep saying, what about TH? You need to ask the question differently. I don't know what you want me to say. I'd prefer not to get clip farmed, but you can ask me a question. Do they have a chance? I mean, it's not a very interesting question. Yes, they have a chance.
Speaking of respect. What? Now to let this
In every aspect of PRX right now, they look flustered and they look done for. Devi once again tries to make it over here. It's too little, too late. That's not the.
I'll talk about more about Zeta. I think like once I'm probably done with the Zeta stuff. I think it's a bit. I don't feel fully comfortable saying stuff whilst I'm like in the environment. Because like I think it's better to reflect than it is to like be in. But like the stuff I do right now, at this very second, I think I said before, at this very second, I'm trying to help with defense sides again. The irony being, I think I gave them some general support when it came to, like, I've been generally supporting the management and giving my ideas about like how I see the team overall and going forward. I've been talking to the coaching staff about general leadership stuff, about like how to structure the team, how to like do all the kind of coaching stuff that's boring, that usually people don't speak about. And they like ask me a lot of questions about that stuff. And then it's also right now, there's also a lot of like, I'll watch scrims and give notes too, like I would with PRX. And recently trying to get Sugar's been asking me some questions too. I'm trying to get him at least wary of some of my ideas. I think at this very second, you could see from kickoff that like their attack sides were generally fine. Like, it's not a meta where like attack side you need to have like the most complicated ideas. And I think I did a good job of heavily suggesting to them that like playing at a advanced kind of default style with multiple layers just isn't how you should play this meta. Because at the start, I think Sugar was trying to call a bit too complicated. And I think that this meta is obviously not that complicated. And it probably wouldn't suit the team if he called like that. And so I was quite happy that like the suggestion of playing a bit more simplified was actually good advice, as we can see from this like current meta. The defense sides were not amazing though. They were struggling on defense side quite a lot. So at the moment, I'm trying to get in to the defense sides a little bit. I think that like there are some things that are gonna hold us back overall. And it's still going to be a tough challenge for sure during stage 1. I think at the worst, I think even if the results don't come through, which I hope they would, I think that I still will be giving some impact. Like, I think, how do I explain this? Like, it's not like in Japan, there's not like a plethora of very experienced coaches and players. XQQ is obviously probably the most experienced coach as far as I can tell. But I think that some of my inputs are still like valuable for them probably in the long term, if you know what I mean. What was a complicated meta? No meta is considered super complicated, but a meta in which like you would go through a multiple layer default and be rewarded for doing it as much. XQQ. I just say XQC. Sorry, I meant XQQ. Is Lars ever involved? No, he just streams. But I think probably part of the reason they reached out to me was because I talked to Erica and Laz at Champs. Erica used to be the team manager for Zeta. And she now looks after like Laz and Crow for streaming stuff. And so I was talking with Erica and Laz at Champs. It was quite nice, such a conversation actually, because it's nice to see, like, I don't know how to explain this, but like, I don't go to events very much anymore, and like I do miss that kind of like interaction with people, with like my colleagues basically, right? My peers, like people like Laz are like people that like who are like basically work colleagues in some weird way. And I do miss that, and it's quite nice because they're from like different places, different cultures, right? You get to have a chat and see what like they think about life and shit. So that was quite fun. And also, like, very respectfully, like, to me, like, Laz is a fucking legend, you know what I mean? And to, like, I know that, like, I have a certain amount of esteem in Valorant or whatever, but, like, to me, like, Laz is, like, it's almost like a celebrity, right? Like, it's like, oh, like, talking to fucking Laz, like, so that's kind of fun. Laz's English is okay, but Erica could speak perfect English, so that she just translate. And then I just act like a little, I just jester Max basically when I'm talking to people like Laz. I love the fact I used the word jester Max and that actually made sense.
See the adjustment already made on their side. Dwindles for PRX. See the adjustment already made on their side.
Oh, look at his rotation. It's going to be confirmed as well.
Okay.
Look at the pace.
It's like a very set ult round idea. Like all of the ults from FURIA look very intentional, and it's very nice to see. Like every time they use their ults, it seems to get a lot of value. What's a jester Max? It's basically, it just means that you're being a bit funny. You're just trying to, you're just putting on a bit of a show to be a little bit funny. I don't mind when I'm talking to people that like I think one of the things I do, maybe this isn't what you're supposed to do, but like if someone doesn't speak, if I don't speak the same language as someone else and they're trying to converse in my language, I'll try to be the idiot. I'll try to be a bit more of the idiot and the one like being funny or stupid, because like it's, you know, obviously a little bit harder for the person who can't speak your language fluently to communicate effectively. So I don't mind being a bit stupid.
See the adjustment already made on their side.
Oh, look at his rotation. It's going to be confirmed as well. Actually,
Faked out here, and that's it. They can stay in.
yeah, they're going to double down. They're sticking to their guns. Great paranoia. And a great shot again. I don't think he saw it. Maybe he did. I don't know. Again, PRX finding magic where there shouldn't be any.
That's crazy.
Is there any room to run? 20 PRX shot again. Yeah, they're going to double down. They're sticking to their guns. Great paranoia. And a great shot again. I don't think he saw it. Maybe he did. I don't know. Again, PRX finding.
Is Laz a frame mogger? No, but he's a very beautiful man. I don't say he's a frame mogger. I don't think. He's probably got like, I think in Japan the beauty standards for men are a bit more like they like this skinny vibe in Japan, I think. You know? I think they probably think that I'm like really fat in Japan.
He's backpedaling here. The paranoia to stall. What is that?
Yeah, I think that they're skinny. I think that's their beauty standards. Very low body fat kind of people, you know.
FURIA to scramble some sort of recovery. They spend some of these key ultimates. Still have EU and Nerve.
Looks maxing more popular than gym maxing. It would still be, it'd still be gym, but like it would be like lean maxing. Am I taller than Laz? No, Laz is taller than me. I'm short, man.
Has to be conscious of the freedom they had previously and stuck now behind the orb. He's actually the orb's going to drop.
Thank you, Bonkai.
Stuck now behind the orb. Has to be
Hope you're
conscious
doing well
of
too. So nice little round by PRX. I like the fact that the raise boombot on this map can be underrated sometimes for like trying to take B main control. Like you'll see this a lot for PRX. Like they're able to get a deep line here. They have some control in the middle with the orb, and then they're also able to boombot in a player here safely. So it gives them a lot of options on the map. Boombot helps a lot. Instead of just having someone dry facing, the boombot kind of gives them a bit of protection. But then Devi is playing he's doing a Zeus's cosplay in a situation when we have like this is another thing that like this is a slightly deeper concept that I think PRX might always struggle with. And that's like if you have control over the map, like control advantage, you shouldn't be going for like where you don't have full control, you should be chilling. So like we have full info and full control on two extremities. That means that the mid player doesn't have to do anything. Until these two players come, then you should be going as three and playing very like together. But until then, Devi should be completely passive. There is no point. We know nobody is here. We know nobody is here. There is very likely a lot of people here. It's very risky to do this. And so, like, if we continue to have information here and here, we just let them walk into us and we kill them all with the three people we have stacked here. If we then lose control, if someone re-clears either of these extremities, then we can start getting a bit antsy around middle and trying to figure out what's going on. But in this very precise situation, this makes no sense. This is a very common problem for PRX, is that they don't understand their control advantage. Like, I don't know if that makes sense. Like control, like their space advantage, their like map control advantage is basically what I'm trying to say. They have full map control. The one place they don't have full map control is the place where the opponent likely is. Devi decides to fight for that control. Doesn't make sense. I think this concept PRX might always struggle with. The concept of not giving solo kills away in an advantage, i.e. 5v4s just randomly peeking solo. I think this is something they should be able to fix. I think this is always going to be a problem for them. I think this might be always a little bit of a problem. But again, I do think that if like an experienced Counter-Strike player or coach was watching this with me, and I asked them, what do you think is wrong with this CT, like this defense right now? Obviously, I'd say CT because I know the lingo in Counter-Strike. I'd be like, what do you think is wrong with CT right now? They'd be like, why is this guy fighting when they have full control? I think they'd be like, I think a good Counter-Strike player or coach would recognize this. It's just, it's fundamentals of FPS kind of stuff, you know? I don't play Genshin Impact, no. PRX has incentives in their contracts to get multi-kills. That's the interesting thing, actually. What I just said is interesting. What would be really interesting is if, because DSN is their CGO, like the CGO of PRX, much like Karn is the CGO of Fnatic. So like DSN's pretty much the person I was talking to when I was talking about my contract and like being hired and all that kind of stuff. And generally, if I had feedback about the team or stuff like that, like he would be one of the people I would give feedback to. And DSN and Khan used to play on the same Counter-Strike team together, right? They used to play 1.6, used to play on Fnatic together. Very high level of knowledge when it comes to FPS. Like, I wouldn't get away with shit in Fnatic because obviously this guy kind of knows what it looks like to play good FPS, right? And like obviously like when I spoke to DSN like Harley about stuff, like he was obviously saying like, oh yeah, that's something that I've noticed or blah 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 blah. It'd be kind of interesting to watch like have PRX do like content where Harley is asked to actually give his thoughts on like what's happening in rounds and stuff, and like how he might do it different. Like almost like get his VOD review, because I guarantee he has like kind of interesting perspective or opinions and stuff. Like he knows that like his team is playing like he knows his team is playing a version of this game that's like way different than maybe like he might play. Like I know that the team that they had together was a little bit looser than maybe other teams. I think they didn't play as many strats as some of the teams back then, back like 20 fucking years ago. But it would be kind of funny to see what his like perspective was from like, you know, that angle. Like he's fully like I know he's fully on board with their style and like he's like happy they play the way they do and all that kind of stuff. But like all the finer kind of details here, like if I showed him this round, I wonder what he would say, you know, like
How are you winning that fight? Okay, finally gets
you just tell this to Clara.
That just felt mad. Still got some ults here.
I
The refight in middle.
something the funny thing was the real juicy content idea is what something like Ilya and I think I don't remember if they did this as actual content, but Champs, Harley, and Ilya kept saying that they wanted to play. Like I think Ilya and Harley played each other on Oop India in Counter Strike, and then Ilya just completely destroyed him because like DSN used to be an Ooper in Counter Strike, and I think DSN thought that he might actually be able to keep up a little bit because he used to be a pro, obviously, and I think Ilya shit on him. I think. Wait, Alex is here. Harley wants us to play 4 Judas, 1 Brimstone when he's dead serious. I think maybe Harley's had a few too many drinks since he played 1.6 or something. Maybe. That's funny. That's funny. Maybe Harley's not the person you need to ask. Maybe they should get Karn, and what you do is you make it Fnatic and PRX like content together and get them both to watch each other's respective teams, because obviously like they play like the opposite version of Valorant to each other, and see what like these old fucking Counter-Strike heads think about what's going on, you know? I think that would be the way you would do it. If Harley's on the fucking 4 Judas 1 Brimstone hype. Ash is playing your Twitch in the background, signed on. I heard something about Harry's perspective. Oh, okay. Okay. That would be kind of funny.
Want that control. The post through, but you're looking at the main.
Right, guys. Okay, VOD review. You guys can hear me now. VOD review. These ults, we need to be cleaning them up, guys. Can't be using 5 ults on Haven and not winning the round. It would be 2-0. Easy peasy if you guys actually fucking use those ults correctly. Let's clean that up next game, guys.
Maybe with some God-gifted timing here. EU trying to punish one in the middle. It's something on the flank. Still cutting.
I want to see Ilya ulting in, Jing ulting in randomly. Let's make this a 2-0 next time. These VOD reviews are getting too long. They're way too long. I'm getting so fucking antsy. You're gonna comment on that. Yeah. I just comment on the same things over and over. That's why.
Still 2 on the site though. They can still make a stand here. 3v4. Jing, it's not clean on the first contact, but they're keeping him further away. And something is trying to clear sight, give them that full information. He's found good information, but he might actually be... Okay, sprayed in the smoke, doesn't get the shot they wanted. But he might actually be... Okay, sprayed in the smoke, doesn't get the shot they wanted.
In the moment, that looked incredibly fast, and then when you replay, it doesn't. But that was nice by Koala. I think this game was a good showing of like PRX's resilience, though. I think at the start, I was watching this game from on Anders' stream a little bit, and I remember thinking, I think they've probably lost this game. They were down quite heavy. It was good resilience. What did you think of the 5-man overheat spawn on Haven? That was like bad, but like it's one of those moments where like I think Ilya like I think Ilya fucked up with the judge overheat, and then everyone else decided to go for like a play. And so to me it's like I would say it's hard to know where to coach that when it comes to the PRX perspective, you know? It's like would I like? I think if I was coaching like Fnatic, I would say I would be very harsh on Ilya and say, look, like that's just you need to chill there. And then the overheat afterwards, I'd be like, it's probably not the best idea, but I understand where you're coming from, if you know what I mean. Whereas the Paper X is probably like, I don't know how you're supposed to. I don't know what you're supposed. I still don't know which part of that you would focus on more, if that makes sense. If it was Fnatic, I would. The individual mistake is where I'd probably be more.
EU just going from
Like,
strength
I'd probably be like,
to
okay,
strength,
like Ilya, like you,
while Anub
please don't do that again with the judge. Like,
they have to repeat that now on the defense.
I didn't like the CT push, but I understood why they felt like they should do something.
Big gap between Artsine and the next player. Does have a TP here.
Yep, Artsin needs to get out cleanly, and he actually does.
Next player does have a TP here.
Yep, Artsin needs to get out cleanly.
What do you think of winning all pistols but struggling so much? I mean, they didn't. It's not like did they struggle that hard? They lost Haven, but I think that like I think all these maps are just really close. I don't think that obviously. I don't know how to explain it. I think maybe I'm just being biased, but
And he actually does.
Yeah.
I don't think it's egregious. They destroyed the map, the second map, winning both pistols. Obviously, this map's a lot closer, but I don't think this was like it didn't feel like FURIA necessarily should have won either. 6-7. Get the 6-7s in the chat, everyone. There is actually an emote for that. This is the only reason you should sub to my channel. It's the only reason you should sub to my channel.
Continuing that success.
FURIA didn't win a single round from here. Oh,
The right
I
foot
mean like,
here
well,
to start the second half.
it wasn't that close then. They're not really struggling.
Beautiful take as well as Divide. Again,
I'm trying to spam as many 6-7s as I possibly can, and it's fucking up. Do you get banned in Sliggy's chat if you use this emote? You probably do, but it's worth it because it doesn't really matter. Why do you care if you're banned from Sliggy's chat? Can I do more than that? Character limit of 50. That's the most amount of 6-7s you're getting in one. Oh, I can't spam that quickly. I'm not good enough. Trying to see, can I get my full chat to just be me doing 6-7s? Would I get banned from my own channel for doing this? I don't know. Sliggy can't embrace whimsy, that's why. The guy who wants people to buy the judge only can't get down with 6-7 is like, they go together. Those two concepts go together for me. They literally go together. It's crazy.
Drawn off default here. Unfortunately, Artsin just has no playback in. The full force of PRX hitting the site.
FNS will get mad if you saw that in the chat. I guarantee it's fake madness.
No, they've not been getting the same amount of success with it, even in some of the earlier aspects of this game.
My YouTube chat is also spamming 6-7. There's just my entire YouTube chat is just 6-7. It's funnier because my YouTube chat doesn't get emotes. Okay, right. Attack side, attack side. Jumping across. Okay, let's chill, guys. Let's chill. Okay, nice. So basically, the call this round was that we're gonna go A, but we're gonna make enough noise at middle to try and bait some rotations. It looks like FURIA have a pretty good read here, though. It looks like prep has been done. Leaving B completely open on an anti-bonus round is pretty crazy. It's like they know, for whatever reason, they kind of know that PRX aren't going to be fully committed to middle. No, it's just awkward. Okay. I've decided to go back on what I said. I'm gonna make the point that I think that Furia, much like on Haven, and much like I said in the VOD reviews before this event, play a very Senquator style of defense, which is hurting them quite a lot. They don't get lines into anywhere. On the flip side, you remember when I saw that round where like I was praising PaperX for getting a line in B main, getting a line on ramp, and then I thought they were too aggressive middle. At least they had lines everywhere. Fucking Furia don't have a line here. They don't really have much info here. They don't have info here. They're just stacked back and passive. I think Furia are one of those teams that like would benefit from a little bit of defensive spice. I don't see them. I don't think their defense theory is very strong.
He feels that there was a little bit of a look towards middle there, but we can see where PaperX are lining up.
I think their attack sides look pretty well thought out and well called. Their protocols are pretty good in terms of like their ults and stuff. I think that like they're abusing the right stuff in this meta. Their meta read's very good. Their like agents are good. They got people abusing snipers. Like they do a lot of good stuff, but I think their defense needs to be leveled up a little bit.
Yeah, considering how deep the hold is from Fury on the other side. Allen ran through the wall here, but actually commits towards elbow. He's caught by the paranoia.
Jing in a bit of a tricky spot, yeah, and great work from Allen, but
And so it doesn't surprise me.
hold on.
Like this is what like I'm gonna turn this VOD review into a game now. We're gonna play the Senquator game. We're gonna draw the line on the map around here and see if like it's gonna be around here. I don't really know if I count this, but we're gonna give half points for this. I think we'll give half points for this. If we see them actually taking any kind of deep space at all, then I'll give them some points. If they don't, then I'll be annoyed. I would imagine that one of the reasons they struggle this half is because they just don't play forward at all ever. That's my thesis. That's what we're going to test for. Can I bet on Polymarket for this? Christ. Okay, and ecos don't count, by the way. We don't count ecos. I see what they're doing. They're trying to win some points, but they don't get to win them on eco rounds. Anyone could be aggressive on eco rounds. And luckily, they didn't even win a point yet. They almost won a point, but it's a trap. Doesn't really count. Proactivity, at least. But yeah, I don't count eco rounds. We're skipping ecos. Okay, so they do win a point now. They are actually going for a deep line. Koala is being activated, so that's nice to see. And then 1 second to the round, they have no control. Let's see what they now do. We're gonna be very much focused on Furia's defense for the rest of this. What are they gonna do? They got no info here, no info here, no info here. So you saw Koala hesitating. He's not sure. One common thing with the Yoru is to come back this way, put a TP this side of the map, and re-clear B main. That's a pretty common idea. He's got an ult though, so it's a little bit different. It's a bit hard to do that. So instead, they just play passive. And the EU's information gathering is very, very weak right now, and he's already used everything pretty much. 1 minute 20, he has no prowlers. So they have no info, no info, no info. It's not like you need info every single round, but like the amount of consistency where Furia play without any advanced information is most of the game. They are in a good spot here though. They have a stack and they got an ult, so it's not like they should still win this round probably. But
identifying where he is, and now look at it, surgical in approach, but Artin able to divide behind them. Nerve stun, great damage as well, so we're down to a 4v4. This is
weird vibe, bro.
PaperX.
No, the pit will give some sort of space to move out, but PaperX shifting their focus back towards mid. It's still a 4v4, something taking a bit of damage. Pause for thought here for PaperX, they have to win out towards Mail.
And then because they have no info on the map, like even when they do have the 3 hold, they now still have no info on the map. So PaperX has to do whatever the fuck they want. Thank you very much, Moran. I hope that you sub to do the 6-7s. Oh, it's whiffy from you. So yeah, so the Sandquetter thing has hurt them this round for sure. They got kind of lucky to stack the site that like was the correct site, and then as soon as they halted the exec, they didn't know what to do after. Broken by again, so I don't count this round. We're gonna skip it. Timeout now. Okay, so from the timeout, we actually take B main line with the AWP. So they are doing a good job of getting Koala Noob when he has an AWP at least. AWP. So annoying to say AWP. AWP when he's got the AWP. He at least has, you know, line. But again, 1 minute 37, he's pushed off immediately. I would want to see then a kind of reaction on the map to do something. And then the problem is, the way they're set up is, if PRX go B right now, they win the round. Like, in this kind of setup, I think the Viper should be starting this side of the map to make sure that they can help any, like, fast aggression. And then when the TP goes, it doesn't matter that this guy's TP'd away, because the Viper can support the B split stuff, you know? But instead, the Euro TP's this way, and now Viper's stuck vent side. He needs to very quickly get across, in my opinion. They essentially have 4A, 1B right now, and they've lost B main, which means that they could easily be B, you know? And see, like... There's 1B to hold a B split. Yeah. Things are going right for PRX, but it's because of the things that I'm saying that, like, I think Koala's been shut down quite well, to be honest with you. They are going for some of these deeper lines, and Koala's getting shut down. But it's like, there isn't, like, Jing's allowed to run up ramp. Like, there's no info, like, you know what I mean? I don't know. Feels like something, I don't know. There's slightly a slight lack of aggression on Furia's side on defense. I think having aggressive players on defense in this meta is like basically required.
And the string of data together will be a buy, but it's broken. There's gaps across the board here.
Like when I think about all the best teams in the world right now, I'm thinking PRX, M8s, Nongshim, BBL. When I think about all their styles, I think about how aggressive their defenders can be. Like, it's, yeah. They're not going to give up half the map. Again, we see deep line here, but then this time on A, it's still passive. Still very passive.
Across the board here for FURIA. Something looking to pave the way.
EU gonna find Forsaken though. And Koala Noob makes it towards sight in time. There's still a problem, but that's been cleared. Jing gonna get dug out of that.
Do you think some of the lack of aggression is due to inexperience? If anything, it might be the opposite. Like, people like EU are very experienced and are used to playing a kind of very standard, logical game. I think it's just a lack of, it's not necessarily their natural style to play. And then maybe it's just something that they've not thought about as much in terms of, like, strategy. I could be wrong. I could be, like, overhyping this idea, and then, like, I get clip farmed, and then the coach watches it, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Here's 10 examples where we absolutely do what you're saying. But, like, I think in general, from the little I've watched, I think it is a common theme that could be looked at, you know?
You need Koala Noob to maybe not go down to Envy here. Okay, wait, we're in a 2v3, and look at something. Tree or that corner noob. Commitment. EU gonna find Forsaken though. And Koala Noob makes it towards sight in time. There's still a problem, but that's been cleared. Jing gonna get dug out of that corner, and they have bodies on the site. This is the first time we're not seeing PRX get that free entry or that easy way in. You're on the right side in that right time.
You've seen it though. 100%. Pave across the board here for FURIA. Something.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out, like, the Euro doesn't... Like, let Ilya get close. And the EU gets a pick. and then
gonna get done out of the
isolated.
corner, and they now
3v5.
This is the first time we're not seeing PaperX get that free entry or that easy way in. Furia on the right side in that right time.
Haven't seen him though. 100%, yeah.
Solo, 5 HP. You make something work with that. You need Defy or something maybe in unison. Again, Furia simply just have so many numbers now.
Able to stabilize initially here after his first.
And all of this pressure allows Ilya to get deep into CT. And Nerve just makes a massive mistake.
He does. He finds nerve.
Stop it. Defy. Stop it.
More energy, mate.
Down to 16 though. That's a lot of damage done. You need Koala Noob to maybe not go down to Envy here. Okay, wait, we're in a 2v3 and look at something. Look at something. Oh,
It's a yellow card right there. That's a yellow card. You tell me to have more energy again, you get banned. I have as much energy or little energy as I want.
Something. Right place, right time, and goddamn right player.
VLR is broken for this game, yeah.
Good damage
It is, yeah.
possible. There's still room for play here. Look at the HP on PaperX. But this team, it
This
doesn't
round
matter
from Ilya
what
was
does.
crazy, man.
The flashy turns. He still has
Like
plenty
getting
to
deep
do.
into CT, getting those kills.
Just
And then even just like here, just like grouping up and just killing him. It's just nice. Okay, right, 3 o'clock. We'll quickly watch some of this game. I'll be honest, not gonna watch Corrode. Not gonna watch Corrode. I'm not gonna watch this. I think one of the reasons Longship picked Mates is because they knew they were gonna get Corrode. And they knew they were gonna win. It was actually reasonably close, but I'm not watching this. So we're gonna watch some Haven. Corrode got some nice Danby clips. Don't care. We're gonna watch Haven.
Different variations. Nobody yet has succeeded.
We're gonna be able to see Danby clips all event. We can watch some Danby clips all event. You're new here. What's a yellow card? It's just in football. It's like a warning. Okie dokie. We're actually gonna focus on Longshim because we've not watched much Longshim, and I've watched a lot of Gentlemids for EMEA. One sec. I'm gonna take a drink.
Nice and early.
Heavy stack in towards mid here. You got backup behind Francis at the top of B site.
Continuing to linger on this angle. Does he get rewarded? The question, no, we'll back away. Joins it on the A site. Meanwhile, it's like a shock dart landing at the feet of Martin. Does take him to 33.
It's all a fake though, and they
This angle, does he
back up behind.
mates do have in store is first little peek coming.
So
Francis will walk down mid.
a walk
Clearing out that side for
middle
him nice and early.
Heavy stack in towards mid here.
with a turret that sees C but CC. But if they smoke, they won't. And then, so the turret allows the killjoy to rotate towards A bit more freely, but then it doesn't actually see C
You got backup
properly.
behind Francis at the top of B
Properly.
site.
Continuing to linger on this angle. Does he get rewarded?
So much so they smoke C. Okay. Mates are in on A,
Question, no, we'll back away.
but it's a
Joins it on the A site.
fake.
Meanwhile, it's like a shock dart.
Mates are pretty good at throwing fakes in this meta, where like a lot of teams just overflood stack. I think mates have some good fakes.
Landing at the feet of Martin.
I don't think this is the nicest fake in the world, but it does it does the
They
job.
pulled the rotations. No follow through.
I'd be making noise.
Anytime I hear a caster say follow through, I do laugh. I'm not gonna lie.
Be a double push now out of the garage. Wrapping around, and obviously the turret deactivated, given the positioning of Ivy, and now they get the jump. RB gets the bad news.
Nice from Mitz.
Doors in his swing and will be able to get a kill for himself. Pipo as well joining in from the garage doors.
Unnecessary.
Will be able to get a kill for himself.
If Bippo does this in EMEA, I will be flaming.
Pipo as well joining in from the garage doors. Looking for a little bit more, but Francis will be able to collect a second. So into a 3v3. Longshim players low on health.
It's Starks though.
Swinging around the back, and this will be Ivy absolutely dead to rights right before he.
Nice from Stars.
Contend against Mini. Push the garage. Clip's gonna be
Nice from Glyph.
EA forces back and Nongshim never is able to figure it out. Space takes.
Is Danby the best Neon in the world right now? Didn't I literally put him? I put him as my #1 player at this event. So I didn't watch any Danby play this year when I put him #1 for this event, but I kind of just knew, you know.
by himself. Frost towards A, as they want to try to collapse in on top of these players of Mates, but able to quickly exit, pulling back and now gambling into the lighter side of the map.
Oh, and instantly a headshot. X-Ross.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for the raid. I appreciate it. We got some. Well, actually, we got no Phoenix this time. We were just watching some Phoenix.
Francis, only one buying up a sheriff. Trying to put the use. Dumby's gonna be good for one, but now Shim gonna be left on the floor.
Okay, let me skip Antico. Okie dokie.
Pretty far forward turn.
Mates again with a weird idea. I'm liking the fake kind of. It feels like Mates have. They're one of those teams that feels like they have like a first 5 round set game plan. It always feels very structured strategically at the start of the game. It looks like here we're gonna run a C fake to allow for B to walk in. I really hate the idea of walking B, especially after a fake. I think it's not a site that matters that much. And it's like not where you would rather pull rotators towards B and go plant a better site like A or C. But let's see what happens. So yeah, we see all the fake stars coming down. It's kind of feeling like a C. Probably going to see a neon sliding into her death.
Plenty of noise being made.
Fake Yoru TP.
Trying to once again drum up that interest.
The smokes are full smokes. That's crazy. I thought there would be at least one fake smoke here for a B. They do get the plant on B. And then we see it. This is nice. This is a nice layer. Using the C control we have to leave the alert is quite nice. I don't love that they're going for... I think they're overcooking here. On paper, this could be very nice. But I think this is an overcook. Okay, Euro ult. But now the Euro ult basically makes them look behind and shit. Cliff whiffed. There's just nobody in the spam spot. They can just full defuse, basically.
6-1-1, 7-1-1. Can he get some more in the round? RP just stuck here within the smoke is going to be good for the one. Retaps it, Martin.
Oh my god, that's a fucking shot.
Retaps it, Martin. Snaps on. Looks for the ace on Beewleton. Bound.
He is the best in the world.
Ultimately, a lot of intention in the round from Mates. Like I said, I think that they're like a set game plan early, like early game kind of team. Because that felt very intentional.
But a lot of the follow-through ideas are there.
Look at the crunch in the mid. Francis left limping away. 26. Swing out. Nice shot, nice and easy. Swing out. Nice shots from X-Ross.
Kind of unlucky.
Down low on HP, but he's able to find the kill.
Okay. 4-0 start. Timeout's big here.
And that's what they've been doing a great job of taking advantage of.
Only 10 more seconds remaining in this Coinbase win. Away the goal. A little bit more.
It's a little bit of an extra oomph, and you know, you also
And we're seeing C. Why are we seeing C?
The group stage, you know, frankly, that is an advantage at this point. The way that the players get adapted to everything, you're used to the stage noise, all that kind of stuff. A little bit of a go with a clone and a drone. Ivy will be identified, but
It's just some fake pressure, but now we've used a full drone. And we got no util anymore to take anything else on the map, really. We do have cage to cross A. But given the amount we kind of thrown fakes in, I think at this point we've conditioned enough on the map to like just fucking send it somewhere probably.
see if they can hold this.
Where's our camera? Our camera's sewers. Yeah, we don't have drones free clear mid. We didn't take mid at the start of the round.
RB. See if they can hold this.
Swing now. Down be able to find the first, looks for a little bit more, but Martin again cuts him down. RB is there for that second layer, but Starzo is
Okay,
able to find
3v3.
Francis.
Glyph again makes a little mistake.
King Glyph there at A lobby, and RB finds his second.
I don't really understand what Mates' opening was here to drone see like what they're gonna get from it, to be honest. It's not like they were desperate for an ult, I don't think. I don't really know what their intention was this round. Did I do pick'ems? I did a speedrun pick'ems yesterday. My speedrun pick'ems were this, I think. Let me have a look. I think my speedrun pick'ems were Nongshim to win, G2 to win. Wait, do I have to do this? My pick'ems were Nongshim to win and PRX to win. In my can I even click these anymore? I can't do that anymore. It was G2, Nongshim, and then Nongshim. It was PRX. I put BBL, but like I think that I'm just BBL coded in my heart or something, and I think I put PRX, and I put PRX, and then I put PRX. Long story short, I put BBL Nongshim down here. I had BBL winning, I think, even though I don't know if I truly believe. I had Furia losing this matchup too to NRG, I think it was. AG, Genomics win, blah 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 blah. There is a VOD, yeah.
It's a little back and forth, but overall, you're playing for those trades and you're going to get them. That's exactly what the doctor.
Siggy's very down on BBL because of the grand final. He said Mates was a better team. I think they were better on one map, weren't they? Weren't they better on like one map that they should have won? But then vice versa. Genomics should have won Abyss from what I remember. But then I felt like BBL were much better on Haven, I think, with what I remember. And then but even though they won both pistol, I don't really know. I think BBL are fine.
Ordered here for Nongshim. Dambi does have his ult. You have Starkzo's ult already.
Do they have more of it? It's going to be.
You feel like they're not that different to the Mates. BBL, the difference between Mates and BBL is that the difference between the two teams is that Mates have like essentially Mates is basically these two players going nuclear, and then after that their firepower dips quite a lot, I would say. Starzo, Bippo, and Glyph have potential to pop off, but the way I see BBL is that these three players have much higher firepower overall, and so like when Kraven is playing decently and isn't going -16, like he's having a bit tougher time right now than he was in tier 2, but like if Kraven goes back to like a bit more of a normal form, then you have Loiter, Lovers Rock, and Larocque playing like they can. I think that like their star power is slightly higher. And then the way that they play attack is super interesting and unconventional, I would say. And their defense is extremely aggressive in the ways that I love it. So yeah.
Be the question. Can you find that follow-up? Operator is shifted. Reposition now.
Would I rather have two chocolate or 3 chocolate? I would rather have 3 chocolate.
Through that cyber cage, finding Mini. Dimensional drift again here for timing spread. More of it is going to be the question. Can you
I'm trying to cut a bit of weight down though right now, so probably 2 chocolate. But if you asked me like a week ago, 3 chocolate.
Through that cyber cage, finding Mini. Dimensional drift again here for Martin, by the way. dancing around. I'm trying to guide this Hunter's Fury, and eventually it's going to be Glyph able to cut away.
What has actually happened this round?
Doctor ordered here for
Oh,
Dombi does have
they
control.
see that it's a 4A fight.
Already.
This is like one of those things where like teams have got. It's kind of funny that we've just regressed almost on Haven. It's like 2020. This is the same theory. Oh, we saw Paranoia here. Let's fucking run see. It's like very obvious. So we see Paranoia. We're like, fuck it. Let's go see. There's probably only going to be a couple of people here. Luckily, the Euros makes this 4A less risky because he can TP here and join. And then RB does have ult too. So in Fnatic, we used to do this to bait the enemy to do this reaction, and then we would just have Yoru and Omen here in 2 seconds. So it's kind of funny that we used to run this idea to literally counter what mates are doing right now.
Dancing around, I'm trying to guide this Hunter's Fury, and eventually it's going to be Glyph able to collect the kill there onto Ivy as the KJ gets taken down. So 4v4. Mike still being brought forward, not yet planted.
Mars or Snickers? Snickers every single day. I've probably eaten more Snickers in my life than like, I don't know, probably like 1,000, 10,000 more Snickers in my life than Mars. Mars clears. Baby's first chocolate, bro. I love when people on like 4chan and stuff like get pretentious about random shit. And like try to make you feel bad for liking something. It's, you know what I mean? Mars is fine. Snickers is just nice. I've probably had 10,000 Snicker bars in my life.
That's huge. Get that early pressure. They have a quick TP over as well after they bully Mates out of long A.
That's a 3 ult investment from Gentle Mates.
True.
10,000? No, I'm joking. 395. Wait, 365. What's 365 times by 31? No. How old would I have been when I first ate a Snickers bar? 10, 21 times 365. Yeah, I've not had over 10,000 Snicker bars for sure. I've had over 1,000 though. I think I've had 1,000. Nah, maybe less. I've had a 500 at least though. Yeah, I had 6 or 7k. No, I've had about 6 or 700 probably. I just remember one year eating like with my lunch. I ate a Snickers, like a smallish Snickers bar, like every single day for lunch for like a year.
Across the map, intercepting the enemy Astra.
Great setup.
Once again, though, Nongshim gonna have to go for the retake. Mates.
Great setup. One sec.
A massive victory for Nongshim. Round count aside. Now, after their own decent little bit of ult economy going, and Cliff is gonna be caught. Extra.
Yeah, okay.
Once again, though, France is good for 1.
Wait, how do mates actually? Oh, sorry, I'm skipping around too much.
Calling that for RB, but Downbe's now gonna be taken down. Beepo finding him at backside, finds another. The exits there.
The celebration ones, no, like it was like, no, no, like the problem is that chocolate bar sizes keep changing because, you know, the fucking greedy capitalist won't let us eat chocolate at the size that we should have it. No, like they keep making them smaller, but like it used to be, there used to be like a half-size Snickers bar basically, and I'd have that when I was younger for like lunch. Not fun size, but like a half size or something. I don't know.
It's a massive one. It looks like Mates just continue to poke and prod towards the C site.
You're just judging the question about of guilt, how large the bars you were eating.
Nongshim has been willing to invest resources into long A early. You know, you might
Hashtag noticing. It almost works what you've gone for, but I don't understand what you're trying to say, and then you spelt 2 things wrong.
Mates were just better. In the individual firepower department, Exos is tucked in.
They had triple size ones.
They can do some damage here.
They had triple size Snickers. That's too much, man. 3 Snickers is too much.
Crossfire with RB set up.
Two is greed.
Do some damage.
3 is that's just not good.
Flush against the walls, they go fishing into the corner.
Too much.
Has him lined up. Fantastic position for X-Twist, and it gets a third.
They're
We're
just
just better.
so Nongshim start with a mid push and then see nothing, just rotate. They've won 2 rounds in a row on C, so they're just gonna stack A. X-Ross is doing his best Gen G impression where you do a stupid push at A long and then you win the round by just being stupid.
Plants
This is basically
bit easier.
I hope the attackers are noobs, and he calls it quite right.
Dual firepower department.
It's better now. Like now it's like, oh, I'm actually playing the game. But before it's like Munchkin basically calling you a noob and then winning the round.
Do some damage here.
Cage pop, himself flush against the walls, they go fishing into the corner. Spots him out and has him lined up. Fantastic position for X-Twist, and it gets a third. What? Oh, sure, Shim. He's been right at home.
Yeah, so momentum now completely gone.
Big performance for him to try to start this off.
I've not had a white chocolate Snickers now.
Winning position. Now,
I don't think it sounds good though, and I think I know exactly how it might taste. But now I'm curious.
Nice relay bolt.
Now I am curious.
The dart, the reposition, clear of that turret. As soon as that KJ still does expire, here comes the entry.
White chocolate is insanely bad.
Still does expire.
White chocolate's fine.
Got the leg shot down, he gets a spray down, finds himself a second. Ivy good for one more team. Clear of that turret. As soon as that KJ still does expire, here comes the entry.
The funny thing about chocolate takes is that
Ivy good for one more team. Still
the funny thing about chocolate takes is a lot of people are from countries that don't have good chocolate.
here comes the entry. Got the leg shot down, he gets a spray down, finds
Like if you're from Germany talking to me about chocolate, when I know what's in your supermarkets and what the standard of chocolate is in your supermarkets, then
closing the gap. Here's the team.
I don't think it's reasonable.
Knows he's made his exit, goes for the swing, and every
Feel like already macro game funnel them over to C, and they've kind of overcommitted by the point that
Americans also have terrible
a lot of
chocolate.
players there, they've got 4 out
I
of
think
5.
yeah, Americans do chocolate very
So it's
badly,
a great crossfire setup there.
which is ironic, really, isn't
Handle
it?
that pressure nicely. And even though it's fast, it's great on the fly thinking from nicely. And even though it's fast, it's great on the fly thinking from Nongshim. Speaking of the
goes again.
devil.
We'll find Zombie. There's his
Tony's,
third.
America has Tony's, yeah, but so do we.
Sending out another one.
And Tony's, I don't know if Tony's is as expensive as it is here in America, but that shit is way too expensive for what it is.
Meanwhile, Francis stunned up into the corner. Gets the shot on
Swiss
the
chocolate
now
hits different.
arrives there in heaven.
I've been to Switzerland.
Keeps his fellow duels protected.
I can't remember
A-site even
eating
further.
chocolate though. Japan has decent chocolate.
Won't be able to find one. Gets a little
Japan is a bit too obsessed with Kit Kat in a way that I don't understand.
little bit of damage there on the glyph.
Like Kit Kat's nice and all,
Follow-up shock dart
you
play.
know, hashtag ad for the Riot VCT EMEA broadcast, but it's not like I would create my whole culture around it.
Will be spotted. There's the exit. They know where he's jumped to. They look to try to does have the TP to get himself into the corner.
Yeah, we see that open plant again. Remember earlier I said that if Yura gets Killjoy, oh, planting here is a pretty good idea. Gives you an option to kill it from both positions.
Will be spotted. There's the exit. They know where he's jumped to. They look to try to get this defuse going. A 3v4 and Ivy taking point, finds the first, swings in, takes out Martin, but not before he finds himself a third kill. Starts out pinned into the corner. The defuse, however, is just being held to completion.
I don't know what's going on here.
And that will
They don't think it's being tapped or something.
Something that I love flanks that leave their opponents in just base.
Did we ever see a timeout here from Mates? I've obviously been skipping a lot of the rounds through, but
Judge v Shorty. The jump across, people now going on the entry, immediately shut down, and Francis out like a thief in the night. Shorty. The jump across, people now going on the entry.
every time they scale anywhere, Mates are getting picked apart. It's like the issue from Mates in this game, and again, like if I was doing EMEA, if I was doing broadcast, I would be saying, I'd be trying to find examples where Mates are scaling through and just not clearing their corners now. It feels like every single time they just go up and Nongshim has some kind of trap ready, whether that's just a single person or it's like a Sova ult or something. They're just winning every single exchange. It's like mates can't even get into some of these rounds at all. And then that looks funny. Thoughts on Oreos? They're vegan, which is probably a good thing, but at the same time, I think they're kind of mid. So unfortunately, yeah.
This is huge. Nongshim really good on both sides.
Coffee's crisp. Coffee? You mean a toffee crisp? Coffee crisp. This looks good. I don't like coffee, but this looks pretty good. In the UK, we have toffee crisp, which is pretty good. Pretty nostalgic.
Mates now, once again, shaky on the buy, a bulldog, a sheriff in the mix.
Thoughts on HelloFresh? HelloFresh is very good. And when they give me that vegetarian menu to cook up at home to try, I think I'm going to be delighted with their products. Again, every time they scale up somewhere, one person is just killing them. They're just not ready ever. It's a very annoying way to lose a game. It's just this fundamentals thing. Like, they've just not checked corners and cleared corners well enough.
Unbelievable! Mini sits him down.
Rice chocolate in Croatia. I should ask Doma. Rice chocolate in Croatia. I like we would sometimes make Rice Krispie cakes in the UK. But the thing that made them really nice was golden syrup, and that's just terrible for you. But it tastes so good. Do you like Korean food? I'm a vegetarian, so the answer is probably not a lot. But like, I've had bibimbap. That's Korean, right? I like kimchi pancakes.
Yep, it's
that should have capped out. Mini, look at the tuck back. Francis just forward, able to find one. Mini, should have capped out.
How is?
That should have capped out.
He's just dead.
Mini, look at the tuck back. Francis just forward, able to find one. Mini holding his own, looking for the second, gets a follow up, but now he just slides across. Keeps it in with a 3v. Looking for the token.
Yep, there's they are
round
energy for
Trying to see what the why is Martin not in?
tuck back. Francis just forward, able to find one. Mini holding his own, looking for the second.
Martin just baits. Is he trying to flash for someone? He's throwing some kind of flash. Sorry for watching it over and over again. The recon comes in and gets immediately broken, and he's trying to flash for it or something. I don't know. And then they got nothing for the retake. Oh, Killjoy Molly. Okay. Vegetarians eat dairy. Vegans don't. I try not to eat dairy where possible. So I won't. I'll like drink a lot of. I'll drink soy milk. But when it comes to chocolate, like, I'm a bit less fussy about dairy. I'll just eat whatever.
Quite the start there. Crossfires again. He starts to punish it. He's the best when it comes to that kind of movement.
Replay was nasty.
Just does a great here for the. It's
Surely you should say Mini.
Yeah, Mini, are you okay? Yeah, I mean it was quite the start there. Mini as well, also suffering at the hands of Dombi. Great crossfire again. Starts his acceleration before, and he's already turning.
Dombi gave a bit of Kong Kong Neon 2024 vibe as Neon and Haven. No, I think comparing him to someone that, no, Dombi's on a different level.
Hard to punish it. the best when it comes to that kind of movement. And we've seen it on display a couple times here today, where he's basically winning rounds by not giving mates the ability to find...
Oat milk is better than soy milk, but I prefer soy milk for the protein. And I put it in my protein shakes, so it is a free 16 grams of protein every day just from some soy milk. Maybe slightly higher, maybe like 18 or something. Whereas oat milk ain't giving you shit.
He looks to back away.
A little suspicious, but they're pretty quick to rotate right now.
Smoke the garage.
Danby the most unskilled pro right now. Previous comments have included Kong Kong needs to learn English and join Sentinels. Energy can't play together. 10's gonna save this shit region. Alpha always the best player, but his team sucks. Alpha needs to join BBL. EDG will prove everyone wrong. They just got lucky they faced the best team in Swiss stage. Mates would pay 13-0 PRX and NRG. Chronicle is an egoist. I can't wait for Baby Bay to diff something. There's a lot of takes there, and I don't think a single one of them came correct. So it's maybe time to start. Maybe what you should do is think your thoughts, and then think the opposite of that thought, and then type it in my chat.
Anything coming their way, but they're getting into position.
Yeah.
See if they can make a go of this. Recon going to be sent out. Martin able to find the first. Francis will fall. Ping reveal there on the Dambi.
If you think Danby is unskilled, then you've lost your mind.
The jump out, Beepo trying to finish the job there on RB, takes him low, but cannot finish the kill. Glyph with that recovered bandit. He's able to find the enemy omen, and suddenly this round starts getting away from Nongshim. This could be the massive jump start that mates need to get themselves back into that.
Hello, Adnan. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
4 bullets remaining in this Vandal. The swing only needed 1. Swaps over to the Ghost. Can they try to spot?
Fucking unskilled player. Winning these clutches.
Thing Nongshim's gonna want to move to a couple players that were there. I don't think, Ivy saw all 4. So he couldn't really fully get it relayed over to his team that, okay, they're all over here, just go.
Wait, what's the time? 20 to 4, okay. We're on track. We're on track. I think initiators need another round of nerfs. Yeah, me too. Me too. Let's make the spray patterns more random. I think the outlaw should one shot. I think one shot full armor. I think the Odin is a balanced weapon, and I think shotguns are also a bit too strong. A bit too weak, sorry. A bit too weak. Wait, let's actually watch this round. So it is just kind of bonusy vibes from Nongshim. But Danby with a shotgun is limit testing. So mates put pressure on flank and even reconned.
Back away over towards long, trying to see if there's going to be anyone on that flank. Meanwhile, RB taking that.
It's a nice drone. The retake's a bit stifled though. 1 player, 2 players, 1 player. There's no like triangle and there's no like crossfire. It's just there's a line.
Fastlane gets set up. He does have that
So as soon as Danby goes to like, it just, yeah, it's just dominoes basically. So nice retake, but it was kind of dominoes because the post plant was kind of bad from Nongshim.
There are tools available for mates. String this next one together.
Zombie's already got an overdrive, something that you always have to be wary of. Trying to sell a bit of a fake here with the fast lane. Showing that for the first time, but nobody on mates is buying it. They haven't.
Still have that camera.
They haven't moved the muscle, yep.
The clone forward, cleared out.
So they got C priority, and then they've put pressure B to create the rotations, and then they're going C split. Which is kind of interesting. The only thing is that they should immediately lose to, like, if doing all this shit loses to just a player watching here or here, and then just playing 4. So why didn't mates actually just get the line deep?
Yep, trying to sell a bit of a fake here with the fast lane.
So they do. And so they are rotating 4 here, but then Starzer just decides to leave because he's just like, well, fuck it, you guys aren't going A, I think. Yeah, so Starzer just gamble rotates. So he did have the line long enough. And then Martin just makes a play.
France is supposed to be there to protect, but he just gets torn apart. Now the spike is dropped right there in front of their welcome arms. Clean one shot there from RB, but cannot find the follow-up. Then he keeps him in such a winning position. Bandit being a bit whippy there. Pipo cannot find the kill. Ivy tries to drag it back, and now the overdrive. Immediate slide away from Domby. Still getting pressured out though by Starkso. Pushes forward.
Can't, yeah. I mean, this agent is annoying.
Domby again towards heaven.
So does the angle.
Oh, this is gonna be tough. This is tough for mates.
Domby surely spotting out the first. Not sure if he's seen the second though. But now some noise being made. The storm, Ivy unable to find the spray. Couple shots flying through. Glyph whittled away, down to 37 HP. There's a right click from Domby. Able to find one. Looks for the follow-up. Doesn't make it happen. His gun barrel spotted.
It's unlucky from mates, to be honest.
The way that Domby likes it.
To be fair, Nongshi got unlucky that it wasn't immediately a 2v1. But yeah, after that.
And that's going to be a timeout call now. Surprisingly, somewhat the first one from the mates camp.
I mean, bro, you just
2v5, by the way? Really?
Armbot. There's no pivot push over being follower in front of their welcome arms. Clean one shot there from RB, cannot find the follow-up. And he keeps him in such a winning position. Bandit being
Bippo.
there. Bippo cannot find the kill. Try to drag it back down the overdrive, immediate slide away from Domby. Still being pressured out the way.
Yeah. I think mates is this haven from mates was a lot of like corrode is just they don't have to play corrode. Like if you're playing that comp, you don't have to play corrode. I think EMEA's corrode is generally pretty terrible right now. I don't think we're very good at it. I think our corrode has become our pearl, and our pearl is actually salvageable right now. I think our pearl is actually fine. I think this map was just it feels a bit. I'm not gonna say nerves, but like it seems like just lacking fundamentals, you know? Like, again, they died to a player here, they died to a player here, they died to a player here, they died to an ult, like, running this way. They just died on corners constantly, just, like, not clearing stuff properly. And then, like, a 2v5, like, you can't win a tournament playing like this. The actual ideas they're doing are fine, is their form is bad this game. They're just fundamentals are bad. So yeah, like I said, I'd probably want to talk about, on the desk, I'd probably want to talk about Nongshim being Nongshim. Welcome to VCT Global Events. You're as good as what we thought. And then on the fucking gentleman side, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? What's a good map for EMEA? I do think we're pretty good at Haven. As in, like, I don't think maybe we're the best in the world. I think a lot of teams are good at Haven right now. But like mates and BB are good at Haven. Maybe our Ascent merchants. That's the weird thing. I always thought we were bad at Ascent and Fnatic, and we probably were. But there was a period in which, like, I think the EMA was just really good at Ascent, and we were just having to play good Ascent teams. We're good at Lotus. We're not good at Abyss. I think we're good at Bind. Like, we're good at Split. Split is a very good map for EMA, and I think Bind is a pretty good map historically. I think Split is one of our best maps. We were double Judas coded before a lot of other teams in the modern age.
Francis now gone. No second at the same time. But here comes the crunch.
BBR 2023 could only win on Ascent. That was when they had QE, right? And QE was like the highest rated Ascent player in the world, I think. His Ascent jet was disgusting.
Francis now gone. He's one charge away.
Look what's happened. A pressure. Full. Immediately someone at the top of C long, and they gone B.
Francis now gone.
So if Mini dies... No, okay. Okay, it's easy for mids. This whole B obsession again, I don't get it. If they had just gone through Garage with this C, it would have looked a lot better in my opinion. Surely they don't lose a 2v4. No, okay.
Yeah, might just be shoving their way through that angle.
So their sup is a 203 kind of vibe, or like a 212, with Yoru Sniper here, Neon fast rotate. Let's see how their hold goes here. It looks rough. The cages are being used. They got no backside help. This looks horrible. I think C-Site on Haven is one of the... Okay, they get away with it. They get away with it. Okay, they look dangerous for a second. C-Site Haven is becoming a bit of a nightmare for teams of defense. What would Ascent comps be if they come back to this meta? Probably Yoru Jet or Yoru Wele. And then you'll see some Neon +1. I think this is the weakest. I don't think Neon's particularly good on this map. But I think you'll see this kind of shit. I still think it's decent for Chamber. No Wele. I mean, handwriting's bad, but what do you think about ISO on Ascent? What about ISO on Ascent? It's fine. ISO is generally fine. I think ISO and Phoenix will be like outsider picks.
Doesn't seem like RB's going to be giving him the opportunity though.
Is Ascent Phoenix's?
This might be one of those rounds where Nongshim plays it a little bit slower, takes a pause. Ivy finds a tripwire.
Double drone. I don't think we'll see double drone. Thoughts on Cypher Haven? In theory, I like it more than Killjoy. But I don't really care. I don't know which Senti I'd run this. Actually, I think I would run... I probably would run Vice or Chamber. I don't know. I'd have to... Yeah, I'm not sure. The Sentinel role is kind of open on this map in a way. I'm not sure what I'd run. But the KJO. True, but then Sovo?
Maybe making the call for it. They will have the dimensional drift to scout for them. Tripwire going to be spotted. Glimpse there. Drift the beat.
One of those rounds where Nongshim like a bit of an A. Martin.
Tiny gap to try to play around with. Doesn't seem like RB's
Just your classic 1-4 from Nongshim. They got full A control right now. Well, most of A control. They still haven't pushed off this line. the recon here is bad. I think he needs the recon like there.
Maybe both feel like this is going to be one of those rounds where they can just
They actually rotate away because of that recon. It's
trying to
very
create some
sus.
tension, throwing another smoke in, throwing a drone in as well. Keep that extra player placed. That forces Glyph to have to remain. And even now you're getting rotation. Starkzo's coming over. Timing is it going to be good? They're doubling down on this.
Genomates don't know what they're doing this round. It's messy. They're trying to shadow. They're just shadowing Nongshim, and so it gives Nongshim the tempo. And then they've done a nice little Euro ult through to flank for the A, and then have this as like a second wave. And Danby decides against it. They got free because this is so free. Danby makes a kind of good decision here. The fact that I'm seeing this from Danby means that he is far smarter a player than I would suspect. Like, I don't think it's necessarily the smartest decision, but the fact that he's able to be disciplined, he has the option to play disciplined, is kind of interesting to see. I don't know if he should be disciplined here, but yeah. I was thinking this would be just like a second wave lurk, but hey, Juke.
On the exit, only going to be seeing the clone. Push forward, Glyph looking to try to flush out X-Frost, but be able to find that kill. Players now from mates getting into position.
ISO not viable on Haven anymore? Yeah, he is. ISO's viable. ISO would be really strong for... I would play ISO if I was like Kesnet. If I was Envy, I would play Kesnet on ISO. Probably.
Now we're starting to see some of that push and pull that we saw more to the floor. They'll take their time.
Mini just shoot back. Did I not see what happened? He was trying to wait for the end of the slide. It was kind of, yeah. He was waiting for the end of the slide. It looked silly, but like he was kind of playing it almost correct. He was waiting for the second player initially, and then he didn't see a second player and was waiting for the end of the slide.
They'll take their time. Poor Mini. He tried to hold his shot to wait out the slide, bro. You can't do that against Danby. He's going to hit you anyway. And just immediately able to get into A. By just being really confused about what, mates are confused about what they're doing on the map because it was so slow, it was methodical. They were making some attention through the drift all the way over, get up in the top of heaven, draw some attention that way.
Is this a game with the... You said first kill differential was massive this game? It feels like mates didn't have any first kills. Yeah. 6. Jesus Christ. 14, 15. It's like plus 14. This map not so bad. This map is ludicrous. I do like it's kind of interesting to see Nongshim actually using this space. I think it is undervalued to like have someone being aggressive here sometimes. I think he took the duel a bit too much, but getting someone to get up into here, putting some pressure on C against a weak C team, I think is pretty annoying. Are you stoked to get C G2 play together? I think like I do like G2. I do enjoy G2, and so I get like I've said it before to Fnatic, like my love language is hate. So like for G2, my hater kind of arc for them is just because like I like them a lot, Like if I don't actually think, like if I don't respect you as a team, then I'm probably not gonna care enough to hate you. Whereas like right now, like some of the stuff G2 does, like kind of annoys me. Explain that to the judge. What's my hate language? My hate language is just fully ignoring you and not caring about you. You know what I mean?
This time, for maybe a bit more aggression.
Like if it's like not having a ounce of care in the world about you is probably, you know.
He's just gonna go running at him. The judge in hand, but he's very much overwhelmed. 3 players waiting from the opposite side of that smoke. X-Ross with 100.
What scene would that be? No, C9's kind of interesting in some respects, because like it's kind of fun to see Zelsis' arc. When they play Breach, maybe, but
Very much overwhelmed. 3 players waiting from the opposite side of that smoke. X-Ross with 100 very able to find one. People now going to be taking down Francis. Getting himself flushed against the wall, staring in towards that 8 connector. Stars on that approach.
and then this season with the Demon 1 chamber was also fun to watch, to be honest. Yeah, when they play Breach, that's yeah. But that becomes like a like a hate thing too, where it's like I don't like it, I get annoyed by it, because like I expect better from them than a Breach at this point, you know.
Shock dart not quite tagging up Ivy enough. Consideration on that old.
And then here, Beef, a judge for Beefo, a bunch of ultimates in their back pockets.
Just keep going B. I think teams. Why do teams suck at B so much, man?
With that dimensional drift, and Martin will go ahead and invest it, but might not need to follow up. As yeah, more kills gonna be found. RB trying to keep his way forward.
Okay, so just a standard B hit just held because they stack B. They're stacking B again and just playing 1-3-1. They're just like Nongshim are going places. Let's just play 1-3-1 and they're just gonna overflood. Let's see how this flood C goes, because like flooding C has been kind of weird this tournament.
They are all in position. Starts still a ways away, but has that Hunter's Fury to try to go ahead and peel off some of that pressure. Opens up with it. Finds RB.
Timing on Garage. Okay.
Finds RB. The spike now dropped onto the floor.
Glyph has a. He's got a bit of like a Magnum style aim sometimes, where he's like a bit too frantic. You know what I mean? Like he started, like I don't think Magnum would do this, but like he's crouch spraying. Yeah, he's a good player, but sometimes I feel like his aim is better than that, you know.
Ivy, however, on that flank comes away with 2 kills. X-Ross able to find one. Ivy, however, on that flank.
That flank through Garage actually has done that.
A 1v1. He's got the judge at range. Needs another weapon. Just now considering the potential pushover. Grabs the spike. The regression back through the window. The approach towards backside considered for stars open. Hasn't heard a single thing from Ivy. But he's got so much utility. The alarm bot set up the block off the one side. This is gonna give him a lock.
He should have modied CT and then planted, right?
The alarm bot set up the block off the one side. This is gonna give him a lockdown as well. Recalls it. The swing of the corner.
That's the way they win map 1. 2v5. So what is that this game? 2v5, 2v4, 3 rounds where they just walk into a 4v5 or a 3v5. It's a lot of fundamental mistakes from Genomics. Yeah, Genomics need to, yeah, in a weird way, in a strange way, I think it's a good loss for Genomics to lose in that way. I'd rather lose like that to some degree than know that my strats were shit or something. Like if it's just like, okay, well, we just played like fucking ass today. I think that's not the worst. Do I like Indian food? Yes. Yes, I do. I'm not the best with spice though, so like, but I do like Indian food. Okay, right. 1,023. How many viewers we got overall? 1,500. We take it. Okay, right. I'm gonna raid someone. I'm not gonna watch the second map. I think Road is a terrible map for mates, and Mini being on KO is not something that I want to watch. They need to figure that shit out quite quickly. Who should I raid? Own a pixel. Chobra. It's gonna be Chobra. I'm not raiding Wardell. Wait, is Chobra watching the games or something? What's Chobra actually doing right now? And how do I? What is his name? Is it just Chobra? No, it's Will Chobra. Okay, right. I rated Chobra. Right. Have a good day, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow for more shit, probably. Yeah, I'll catch you guys in a bit.